National Convention, plus what to expect tonight from former President Barack Obama.
Then Eye on America. How do you rebuild a neighborhood divided by a major highway on the CBS Evening News?
Hello, I'm Nancy Cordes at the United Center in Chicago, and welcome to a special Democratic National Convention edition of America Decides. Here in Chicago, delegates are gearing up for night 2 of the Democratic National Convention, while Vice President Kamala Harris is breaking away from the convention for the day for her first campaign rally in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, with her running mate, Governor Tim Walz. Here at the United Center, we've been getting something of a concert this afternoon. Sound checks by Common, by Patti LaBelle. And so it's been fun to watch, and we'll see them for real this evening. Here at the United Center, former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama are set to speak tonight as well. Let's bring in Robert Costa and Ed O'Keefe to discuss what we can expect. Robert is here with me. Ed, of course, down on his in his traditional position on the floor. Ed, set the stage for us. Tell us what we're expecting to hear and who we're expecting to hear from tonight.
Nancy, as they work their way through the anthem here, we're going to hear, let's go backwards. And we'll start with the former president, Barack Obama, his wife, the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, so two very famous Windy City residents. We'll also hear from Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman of the United States, angling, I suppose, to be first gentleman of the United States. Watch his speech tonight, because not only a chance for him to talk about his wife, with whom he celebrates his 10th wedding anniversary on the night that she accepts the nomination, Thursday, but also there's been some suggestion that he might focus a bit on the work he's done, especially in the last 9 months or so, concerning anti-Semitism, the scourge of it in this country and around the world. Remember, he's visited concentration camps in Europe. He's met with the families of Israeli hostages, American hostages, and has spoken out frequently about anti-Jewish sentiments and attacks in this country and around the world. Be curious if he brings that up at all tonight, and if we hear, and we will see his son Cole introduce him as well. After that, it's Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senator Bernie Sanders, who has an opportunity as the top progressive in this party, really the progressive spirit animal, even though he's an independent, to validate Harris to those that maybe believe she's not liberal enough, and to speak more broadly about the concerns that progressives like him have. And then we'll hear from a handful of others. And we're expecting, for example, tonight, even more Republicans, either who worked for or once supported former President Donald Trump, to be here to speak on why they now believe Harris is the country's only option.
Right, that'll be interesting tonight to hear from several Republicans, even some who worked for former President Trump. Bob, last night we heard briefly from the nominee herself, Kamala Harris. She made a surprise appearance. Let's take a listen to a little bit of what she had to say and then talk about it.
This November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward.
Moving forward, not back. That's a big theme of the next 4 days. Bob, how is the campaign feeling about her performance and how things are going so far in general?
There's an optimism behind the scenes among Harris advisors that they got through what they saw was perhaps the toughest night. It was a balancing act for the Harris campaign to open her convention while paying respect to President Joe Biden, a very personal moment for the president and his family. Now, after getting through Monday and the emotion of what it's like to see the sitting president, the former nominee, a presumptive nominee, wiping a tear from his face, listening to his family, now it turns to the politics. As Ed said, some Republicans are going to be speaking. Can she broaden the coalition? Can she reach out to centrist voters, Republican voters, who might not love former President Donald Trump? Can she make an overture to them? The Harris advisors tell me that she's known, she's vice president of the United States, but at the same time, she's not easily defined in the eyes of many voters. She doesn't have a hardened persona when you look at polling. People don't immediately come to a conclusion when they hear her name, about what she represents politically. And for Democrats, that presents an opportunity for her with this convention, especially with her speech on Thursday night, to introduce herself to the country on her own terms.
And because she isn't as well known, Ed, the president himself had an opportunity last night to help the public know her a little bit better. Let's listen a little bit to what he had to say about his vice president.
Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke.
So, Ed, lots of support and praise from the president for Kamala Harris. He spoke for nearly an hour, but she's been by his side for 4 years now, and we really didn't get many specifics, any kinds of personal stories that the president has that would either help us know her better or would help the public understand her strengths and what she's about.
No, I thought that was a real lost opportunity, Nancy, in an otherwise pretty laudatory and sort of good summary of what the president has done and believes his legacy to be. Right after that quip, it could have been very simple. You know, give us one or two examples, vivid ones in his mind, of how she's been in the room for key decisions, or when she has weighed in and tweaked his thinking on something or his final decision, and we didn't get it. And these are questions, by the way, that he's been asked repeatedly, especially in the last year and a half. What is it about her specifically that you believe makes her qualified? And he just goes, well, she's, you know, smart. She's been there. She understands the issues. Of course, she's ready to go. But he's never provided specifics. That's maybe just not in his nature. Doesn't necessarily feel the need to do it because in his view, because I picked her and because she's worked with me, she's qualified. But you're right. It would have been a good opportunity for him perhaps to lay out something, either in the domestic or even more perhaps critically the foreign space, to say, this is where she has been helpful. And we know, for example, Nancy, in the last few weeks, especially since the hostages were released in Russia, that the White House has gone out of its way to call out a few times when she was a key interlocutor between the U.S. and European leaders at the president's request. A meeting with the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, for example. A few other conversations she had on the sidelines of the Munich Security Conference earlier this year. But why not use this platform when tens of millions of Americans are watching either live or watching it the next day to perhaps call out some of that and assuage the concerns of those that might think she's still not ready?
Yeah. Bob, Republicans are watching this convention very closely, just as Democrats were watching the Republican convention a month ago. What do they make of what they're seeing so far?
It's almost like they're watching a battle unfold or their enemy get ready for the battle in the fall, and they're just in a low-key mode right now. Former President Trump is telling his advisors privately that once this Democratic convention is over, he expects her to get a bump in the polls. He expects Democrats to emerge united, though you never know. That's his expectation, I'm told. But he's going to start a barrage of attacks, and we saw a lot of it already in his conversation with our colleague Caitlin Huey-Burns. She had a great interview with Trump that was revealing about his state of mind. It was a prism about where that Trump campaign's at. He is going to attack her in personal ways, scathing ways.
Yeah.
And that is what she's going to have to deal with. This reminds me a lot of 2016. Secretary Clinton in her campaign, they didn't want to kind of wade into that rhetorical swamp and get into a messy political fight with Trump. But Trump will force you to do it.
Right. It's a challenge no matter which way you go. Bob Costa, thanks so much. Ed O'Keefe on the floor, thank you so much. We'll be coming back to you in the next hour or two. Appreciate it. And my colleague Weijia Jiang joins us now from Milwaukee, where Harris is speaking tonight alongside her running mate. You are just down about an hour, Weijia, down the road from us. So why did Harris and Walz decide to hold a rally during the Democratic convention?
Well, Nancy, the one thing that Vice President Harris has had going for her since she became the nominee, even before when we knew that Joe Biden was going to step down was energy and momentum and excitement. And so they are trying to keep that going, not just in Chicago, but in a critical battleground state, Nancy, Wisconsin, which actually is where she kicked off her campaign as a presidential nominee. It was her first event just about 4 weeks ago. And so they expect that this venue will be packed and that they'll be able to deliver a message that not only resonates here, but also with folks at the DNC. And so you have to remember, she is running on a very truncated timeline for president. She hasn't had the opportunity to reach out to voters, to have these big events like a traditional candidate would. So they have a lot of ground to make up. And that is why that even though it is in the middle of the DNC convention, she is still going to be out here campaigning, Nancy.
Yeah, that's such a good point. You know, we heard from Hillary Clinton last night, Weija. She was urging Democrats not to get complacent, even if Harris is moving up in the polls right now. Case in point, Hillary Clinton herself didn't visit Wisconsin at all in 2016. She thought wrongly that she had that state in the bag. It turned out that she narrowly lost. So Kamala Harris, on the other hand, is making her third trip to Wisconsin just in the past month since she became the nominee. What should we make of that?
I think you are absolutely right, Nancy, that she is learning from lessons from 2016. Because as you mentioned, you know, Hillary Clinton was coming off of 2 firm wins by former President Barack Obama. Wisconsin is historically part of that Democratic blue wall that really was a stunner when former President Trump won in 2016. And, you know, the vice president will tell you, she'll be the first one to say that she is not taking anything for granted. And she believes she is an underdog. At least that is how she is viewing her entire race right now. Even though the polls show that nationally she has an edge over Trump, even though they show that she is closing the gap on Donald Trump in these critical battleground states, she keeps saying that, you know, we are still behind. We are the ones that have to pull ahead in front of Trump. And that's why at every moment that she can, she wants to connect with people, especially here in Wisconsin.
Weija Zhang in Milwaukee. Fun fact, at the same arena where Republicans held their convention just a month ago. Thanks, Weija. We'll talk to you soon. While Democrats are gathered here in Chicago, Donald Trump is in the battleground state of Michigan. We're on the campaign trail with the former president. Plus, from Michigan to Pennsylvania, the Harris Walls Battleground State Director joins us for the latest on how the campaign map is shifting. You're streaming America Decides. Stick around.
I love the job, but I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep cleaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
As Democrats celebrate their nominee in Chicago, former President Donald Trump is campaigning across the lake in Michigan. He spoke earlier today about crime at a local sheriff's office.
We're going to stop violent crime in the United States, and it's people like this that can do the job better than anybody. They do the job justly.
Caitlin Huey-Burns is following Trump on the campaign trail. Caitlin, we saw there a slightly more subdued former President Trump than we're used to seeing. Talk about his demeanor today and why he's campaigning in Howell, Michigan, this small town, just 10,000 people.
Yeah, Nancy, good to see you. You're exactly right. This was a very different kind of presentation from Donald Trump, and that's by design. The campaign has had him speak to smaller crowds, smaller venues, and trying to focus on a particular issue each day. So yesterday he visited a manufacturing plant to talk about the economy. Today he visited a local sheriff's office here to talk about crime, and he was flanked by local law enforcement and, essentially read from a script, veered off it a couple of times, especially to criticize Kamala Harris or to criticize Joe Biden, who he is still talking about on the campaign trail. But these past couple of events in these key battleground states have not been focused on big rallies and trying to gin up support. They've been trying to keep the candidate on message. You mentioned Howell. This is an important location because just a month ago, there was a white supremacist rally here. Decades ago, a leader of the KKK lived here, and this area was kind of known for that. It has since tried to kind of scrub that history. Former President Trump was actually asked by a Fox News reporter about why he was visiting here, given those protests earlier, about a month ago, and he said, "Who was president then?" The reporter said, "Joe Biden." And he said, "Exactly." So trying to kind of pin this back, Joe Biden did visit the state in 2021, visit this area in 2021. But Nancy, as you know, Michigan is such a key battleground state. Our polling shows essentially a dead heat here. And Donald Trump is hoping, this is part of the blue wall, a place that he, really needs to win in order to win back the White House.
Yeah, no question. Caitlin, your interview with President Trump yesterday generated so much news, and you asked him if he would release his medical records. He said he would. This is a man who's almost 80 years old. Has the campaign said where and when they will make good on that promise?
Not yet, Nancy, and it's important to note that because this is something that we have to keep pressing for, because he said he would not only release those medical records, but would also take a cognitive test. And he said that any candidate running for president should take a cognitive test. That reminded me of that pitch from Nikki Haley, who had urged both Trump and Biden to take one. What is, significant about all of that, Nancy, is that Donald Trump now is the oldest candidate in the race. You know so well from covering Biden, that was the biggest, liability for him. And so now there are these questions being posed to Donald Trump. And so the question of releasing those health records becomes important. If he were elected to the White House, he would leave office older than Joe Biden is. So those questions remain, and we will continue to press.
Caitlin Huey-Burns with an interview that is still generating headlines today. Thank you so much. Kamala Harris made an unexpected appearance on day one of the party convention, praising President Biden in brief remarks and predicting party unity in November. Dan Cannon is one of the many people working to achieve that goal. He is the Battleground State Director for the Harris-Walz campaign, and he joins me now. Dan, thanks so much for being with us. So let me start out by asking you about the campaign map. Obviously, things have shifted significantly over the past month. Our polling was showing that Joe Biden was trailing in most of the battleground states. Now it appears that Kamala Harris has essentially pulled even possibly ahead in some of those states. Are there states that you now believe are winnable that seemed to be out of reach before?
Well, Nancy, first of all, it's great to be here. Thank you for having me. I think that the states you mentioned, the Michigan in particular, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, but also those Sunbelt states of Arizona and Nevada and Georgia, North Carolina, I've always felt those would be close states. They've been close in 2018, close in 2020. Close in 2022, and there's just some political gravity in this country that brings things back to a very tight electorate there. We've been planning since the beginning to have operations in those states that could win a close election, designed, in fact, to win a close election. More than 300 staff, 300 offices, 1,600 staff in those places. And I think it's true that the enthusiasm for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is palpable, it's real, it's giving us quite a lot to work with. But the trick is to take that enthusiasm and channel it into action on the ground. And those offices and staff and thousands of volunteers are doing just that. We had more than 1 million voter contact attempts just this week with our convention lead up, and 2,800 events in the battleground states in the weekend leading up to the convention. So our challenge is to take the enthusiasm and drive it. But I think all those states have been toss-ups. They will be toss-ups. They're going to be close elections, and we're operating from that vantage point.
Okay, well, Dan, one of your colleagues at the campaign, David Plouffe, was sounding pretty optimistic today in an interview with Axios. He said that he believes the Sun Belt is now in play again. That means North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. But he said it's going to be really close. It could come down to 1 or 2 votes per precinct. That's putting a lot of pressure on you, Dan, since you are the Battleground State Director. Do you share his optimism?
Well, I do. I think David's right, and he's one of the smartest operators you're going to find on this stuff. He knows very well what it takes to win tight battleground races. I think we're strengthened for sure in the Sun Belt, and strengthened in the Blue Wall as well, I should say. But to my point, and I think to what David would have said, you just have to expect a close race in those places. I mean, Georgia was 11,000 votes separating the candidates in 2020. Less than a quarter percentage point, less than a quarter percentage point also in Arizona, less than a point in most of these states, actually. And so the imperative of having an organization that can cut through, register voters, persuade them, cure ballots, and be a permission structure presence on the ground to bring more people into your campaign, that's what's required to win those close races. And a point I want to make, Nancy, is the Trump campaign, I do not think, shares this vision. They don't have anything like the infrastructure. In Nevada, we've got 12 offices to their 1. In Pennsylvania, 36 offices to their 3. In Georgia, 24 offices, and they just opened their first last month. I don't think they respect the need to have a relationship with voters and to do those things. We feel like that's an imperative, and it's a design we have to win a close race. Plouffe is right. I think the Sun Belt's very much in play. And I feel very confident about that, but it's only going to happen with an intentional campaign that engages people. We are doing that, and the Trump campaign is simply not.
One of the suggestions we hear that you're getting a lot from Democrats of all stripes is, hey, send the coach out to Friday night football games. Send Governor Tim Walz to a high school football game every Friday night in a battleground state between now and November 5th. Are you planning to take that advice?
Well, look, I think Coach Walz is a tremendous leader. I think the fact that he has been a coach, which means a teacher, it means a mentor, it means someone connected to people in their lives and helping them work through things and improve their lives, is such a great encapsulation of how I think he and the vice president look at the imperative of politics. And so I think anything that does that strikes at that feeling is something we want to do. And it's in stark contrast to what you see from J.D. Vance and from Donald Trump, who not only, I don't think, share that need to empathize with people and connect with them, but then simply have this blinder on what people actually care about. I mean, Trump today was talking again about how he has no regrets about his actions on Roe. He refused to condemn KKK marchers in Michigan, where he was, as you pointed out. I think people want a leadership ticket that is empathetic, that is normal, that works with them on the things in their daily lives that make them better. And that's a broad approach to politics that I think is wonderful, and I think a really great tonic for what we see from Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Well, Dan Kennanen, you've got one of the most stressful jobs in politics, battleground state director for a major campaign in an election year. Thanks for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Nancy.
And coming up, Geraldine Ferraro tried to break a political glass ceiling in '84, and so did Hillary Clinton in 2016. What does that ceiling look like today? Our political panel is going to weigh in next. You're streaming America Decides from the Democratic National Convention. Stick around.
Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history. The first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
Or you can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock
the power within ourselves to be who we want to be.
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America is the land where dreams can come true for all of us.
That was Geraldine Ferraro back in 1984 addressing the Democratic National Convention as the vice presidential candidate and the first woman ever on a major party ticket for the White House. 40 years on, and Democrats led by Kamala Harris are once again eyeing that hard glass ceiling, something Hillary Clinton referred to last night.
Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all.
Let's bring in our political panel to discuss. Haima Moore and Maura Gillespie. Haima previously served as director to the Office of Democratic National Committee Chairman Jamie Harrison, and Maura served as an advisor to former Speaker John Boehner and Congressman Adam Kinzinger. Welcome to you both. Haima, I want to speak to you first because you actually worked for the Clinton campaign, and I'm wondering what it was like for you listening to that speech last night, listening to her talk about the glass ceiling, just as she did in 2016. I actually saw a lot of women in particular teary-eyed in the crowd last night.
Yeah, it was sort of bittersweet. You know, you think about this, if Hillary had won in 2016, she would be the outgoing president right now. And so it was really bittersweet, but she was fantastic. Some people said this was like the Beijing speech, but on steroids, and maybe more important. So Hillary Clinton laid out the foundation for Kamala Harris, for many women who are running right now, as she mentioned. And so for us to listen to that speech last night as staff, we were just so proud of her that she can step back into the arena and support Kamala Harris so full-throatedly. Yeah, and it was definitely a different tone than we've heard from her in the past. That was really interesting. Right. Maura, we're going to hear from a number of Republicans tonight and all week, in fact, including your former boss, Adam Kinzinger, but we're also going to be hearing from Stephanie Grisham. She is the former press secretary for former President Trump. Do you think that having Republicans here on the stage at the Democratic National Convention, which is kind of a novelty, do you think that that actually moves the needle for moderates or disaffected Republicans?
I think it certainly sends a message and allows people who are on the fence about who they really want to support in this election at the top of the ticket to look and see what others are doing who have expressed their concerns or who have expressed, a dissatisfaction with both those choices. I think that for Adam Kinzinger, an opportunity for him to be on the stage on Thursday is a huge opportunity for him. And will it move people to, the Kamala Harris, Tim Walz ticket? I don't know, but it might. And I think if they can focus on the issues and the fact that our democracy is at stake, that's really where I think they can win people over. Things like women's issues, things like women's health. They can pull people back to their side and make them realize that they won't lose their Republican status by this one election, but that down ballot, they can still vote Republican, but maybe at the top of the ticket, kind of, explain to them what's at stake here. That's an opportunity where I think they should really be honing in on that issue.
Yeah, so sort of a reminder of some of the fracturing within the Republican Party. Haima, tonight is also about the Obamas. Yeah. Former President Obama is speaking. Former First Lady Michelle Obama is speaking as well. He, of course, broke his own glass ceiling. First president of color. What do you think we're going to hear from him tonight?
I mean, this is so exciting. You think about this, Nancy. 20 years ago to this day, he spoke to the Democratic National Convention for the first time, and he started his career. He launched his career. And so we're very excited about that. But a couple of things. I think Barack Obama is going to be a validator. He's done that for multiple candidates. He did it for Joe Biden in 2020. He's going to do it for Kamala Harris tonight. Talk about the economy. He's one of the presidents that understands when he became president in 2008, the economy was completely going to the ground. And so he understands how to bring the economy back. He understands coalition building. He understands the reality of the historic aspect of this. And so Barack Obama brings a lot of different things to the table tonight. And I think obviously he's going to be fired up and ready to go. But I think he really enjoys his friendship with Kamala Harris, and he understands that she's going to break this glass ceiling, and he needs to be there and help her.
And do you think he is going to be there and help her? Because we don't hear from him that much publicly these days. How vigorously do you think he's going to campaign for her?
I mean, he's our biggest commodity in the Democratic Party, so you don't want to overuse him. You know, you're going to have a lot of different governors and senators and Barack Obama and Joe Biden and Michelle Obama and other people out there, and so you don't want to oversaturate the market with Barack Obama. But he's committed, and he said this to the vice president, he's very committed to being out there and bringing that coalition back together.
Maura, I want to ask you about something that RFK Jr.'s running mate, Nicole Shanahan, had to say in a podcast today. You know, they're running as independent candidates, but she said that they're considering dropping out and joining forces with Donald Trump. What do you think that would mean for the race, and who do you think it would benefit?
It's not surprising. I think that this campaign he hasn't done an event in over a month, and so I think this campaign is coming to an end. But we've seen it in the polls. Since Kamala Harris has joined at the top of the ticket, the polls have showed us that RFK Jr. is taking points away from Donald Trump. So it makes sense to me that they would join his ticket. I think RFK Jr. is just looking for a cabinet spot at this point. He's looking for a position, and he thinks that he has a better chance at the Trump team than he does the Democratic ticket. So, and he has expressed, frustration with the DNC for more or less, in his opinion, blocking his ticket from being part of anything, especially in New York and different lawsuits. So I do see him playing whatever card he has left. And I think, unfortunately, for the Republican Party, again, this top of the ticket issue for us as a party is really where it comes to, because down ballot, Republicans in the House and the Senate should really be messaging on their role in the economy, their role in safety and security. And I know that's hard for a lot of members to do, but they really do need to distance themselves from Trump and focus on the issues. If he's refusing to do so, they need to be on message.
Yeah, and RFK Jr. may seem like a minor storyline, but as we've seen in 2016 in particular with Hillary Clinton, any candidate that gets even a few percentage points can be a threat. Jaime Moore, Maura Gillespie, thank you both so much for the insight. I really appreciate it. The Harris campaign attacks former President Trump, not about what he said today, but where he said it. Congressman Byron Donalds will weigh in on the speech in a town where racists recently rallied. We'll explain. You're streaming America Decides. We'll be right back.
J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7. That is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends.
That was Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez last night. She was one of many speakers who attacked Donald Trump on night one of the Democratic National Convention. Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds is a close ally of Donald Trump. He's here in Chicago, and he joins us now. Welcome, Congressman. Former President Trump, while all this is going on in Chicago, held a rally today in the small Michigan town of Howell, which has a documented history of KKK activity. There was a white supremacist march there just a few weeks ago. Is that why he chose to do an event in that small town?
Absolutely not. The entire line of questioning really is offensive. There are people in Howell, Michigan, just like there are people all over the entire country. My brother-in-law actually lives in Howell, Michigan. He's not a member of the KKK. He's not a neo-Nazi. He's an American working hard every single day trying to figure out what his future is going to be like. So President Trump has taken his message everywhere in the United States. Why? Because his goal is simple: to make America great again. It's not just a slogan. It is what he truly believes. And so to bring this stuff up, Joe Biden's been to Howell, Michigan. I don't even know why this is a question, except for the fact that the Democrat Party, the DNC, and Kamala Harris do not have an agenda to run on. Last night at their convention, all they could do was talk about Donald Trump because they don't have a vision for the country. So this is once again another phony story that does not matter. He went to speak to the good people of Howell, Michigan. There are great people in our country. They're in every city. They're in every state. Donald Trump's message is for everybody.
You are absolutely right that a lot of people there have most people there have absolutely nothing to do with white supremacists. But the former president could have easily taken the opportunity to denounce white supremacists today. He did not. He walked away essentially when he was asked about them. Do you wish he had taken that opportunity?
Actually, I saw a clip of what he said when he was asked about this. And what he said was, well, Joe Biden has been here too. So what are we talking about? I think at this point, you know, Donald Trump's been in the political eye for a little over 9 years now. And I'm not going to speak for him, but I would just imagine he's sick and tired of being asked the same old question over and over again. I don't know how many times he has denounced white supremacy, he has denounced the KKK, he's denounced neo-Nazis, but those are the things that are not the issues facing the American people. What is facing the American people is a crushing inflation brought to us by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. She was the deciding vote that created that inflation. What the American people are talking about is a wide open southern border created by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. More than 10 million illegal immigrants in our country, taking away vital services from men and women who are in our country, who are citizens of our country. They're white, they're black, they're Hispanic, and people are furious about that. What the American people are talking about is what is America's standing on the world stage today when there are global conflicts that have all bubbled up under the presidency and vice presidency of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. The American people want answers to those questions. And so Kamala Harris won't answer those questions because she has no solutions, because she's a part of the problem. She's a part of the Biden-Harris problem that has brought America to the exact same point it is at right now.
Congressman, I want to ask you about something that former President Trump told our Caitlin Huey Burns yesterday. She asked him about all the Republicans who, like you, say the focus should be on the issues. And many of these Republicans are calling on him to stop the personal attacks on Kamala Harris, particularly his comments about her appearance and her intelligence. And he said, quote, "I don't think she's a very bright person. I don't think she's very smart. So I don't consider that an insult. That's just a fact." This is a woman who was elected Attorney General of the largest state in the country. She was elected to the Senate. Do you agree with former President Trump that she's just not smart?
Listen, what I agree with President Trump on is that she has a dangerously liberal record in her time as Attorney General, in her time in the U.S. Senate, and in her time as Vice President of the United States. I would ask you and I would ask your viewers, what is the policy position that Kamala Harris has put forward that has been to the benefit of the American people? I would argue there are none. When she came out with her first two policy proposals about what she was going to do with our economy, the first one focused around price controls. Well, guess what? Price controls have never worked in any economy, in any country in the history of the planet Earth. Richard Nixon actually tried price controls in the early 70s. It did not work for the people of our country. So Kamala Harris doesn't have a vision or a set of policies to lead our country going forward. If you were going to ask me, do I think she has the competency to lead the country going forward? I don't think she does, because competency is based upon your decision-making and the policies you support. And if you examine her policies and the way she's executed them, that has been to the detriment of the people that she was charged to serve. If you don't believe me, look at the state of California. California is the #1 state in the country where people are fleeing. They are depopulating more than any other state in the country. If your policy prescriptions were good for the people of California, not only would they not be leaving, you would have more Americans going to California. The exact opposite has occurred. So I don't believe she has the skill set or the competence to lead our country going forward. That's why Donald Trump's going to be the next president of the United States.
Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, Republican, who's here in Chicago. Thank you so much. Hollywood blows into the Windy City as celebrities line up behind the Democratic ticket. Coming up next, actor and singer Billy Porter is going to join America Decides to tell us why he's backing Kamala Harris. You'll want to stick around for that. We'll be right back.
America, looking at the two choices before you, who would you hire? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's gonna be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm gonna remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was gonna be born, he was only gonna live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift, stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
That is the one and only Billy Porter performing Buffalo Springfield's For What It's Worth at the 2020 Democratic National Convention. You'll recall that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, that event was virtual. So everybody had to innovate. I'm joined now in person by the Tony, Grammy, and Emmy Award winner himself, Billy Porter. Thank you so much for being here, and I bet you're happy to be in person this time around.
I'm thrilled to be in person. This is my first time actually in person, and I get to be among all of the energy and the joy, you know, of this ticket. I'm thrilled.
Are we going to see you up on that stage?
Not this time, but I will be on the floor tonight.
And what brings you here? What do you want to hear? Who do you want to talk to?
You know, I am a human being whose rights have been up for legislation since the moment I could comprehend thought, every single day of my life. And it's time for that to change. And it's time for that to change for good. And I am excited to hear about the Harrison Walls ticket being for the people, for all of us. It's very important that we move forward and not go back. And we know the difference this time around. It's very stark, and it's really, you know, there's no question about it. You know, it's black and white. It's male and female. It's prosecutor versus felon. That's it. It's democracy or not. That's where we are. And I'm confident that we're going to get over this threshold, finally.
You have been very vocal, speaking out against anti-trans legislation, anti-drag legislation. The Republican presidential nominee has been saying that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are heavy into transgender, whatever that means. He's also been calling Tim Walz, Tampon Tim, or his campaign has at least, because he signed a bill that provides period products in school bathrooms, all school bathrooms, boys' bathrooms, girls' bathrooms, unisex. What do you think about that kind of language, and how does it affect people in your community?
You know, it's exhausting. It's gross. And it's not working anymore. And the only reason why it does work at all is because we continue to give it oxygen. It's time for us to cut that off.
He's the presidential nominee. How do you cut it off?
You cut it off, right? You say, this is ridiculous. We're no longer covering that. It doesn't make sense. We continue to give the ridiculous oxygen. What I love about what is happening right now is that the response is exactly right from our ticket. If you don't like trans people, mind your damn business. Somebody finally said it, right? We're in America. We can be different. We can agree to disagree. That's what makes democracy work. Mind your business.
So you're happy with the messaging, and you're happy with the platform that you're hearing from this Democratic ticket.
I love it, finally.
Do you think they need to go farther?
I mean, personally, they could go further, but I also know that it's politics, and so, you know, the messaging has to stay within the political confines. But I will say, Ms. Harris is letting the children have it, and I love it.
Before we let you go, speaking of Ms. Harris, you are famous not just for your performing, but for your style and the messages that you send with your style. So I want to ask you about Kamala Harris's style last night and the tan suit that everyone is talking about on night one. There are articles about what she was trying to say with the tan suit. What do you think?
Well, we know what she was trying to say. You know, former President Obama got dragged because he wore a tan suit. She wore the tan suit.
She sure did.
Right.
Billy Porter, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Lots of fun to talk to you.
Thanks for having me.
And that does it for now. As we've been reporting, former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama are expected to speak tonight and back Vice President Harris's campaign for the White House. We're also watching Milwaukee, where Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz, will hold their first campaign rally in that city tonight. CBS News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention will continue all evening long. I'll be back at 7 p.m. Eastern, but for now, the Daily Report with John Dickerson is next. See you soon.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here. We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way. We'll take you places. We teach you new things. And we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'm John Dickerson. Join me for the Daily Report, weekdays on CBS News 24/7.
Okay, let's go. You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking. Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
Hello, thank you for joining us. I'm John Dickerson in Chicago on the second day of the Democratic National Convention. Behind me is the convention floor, where delegates will bring their buttons, novelty hats, and hopes to its blue plush carpet and folding chairs. Later tonight, the DNC will hold a ceremonial roll call to select Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for president. But since the paperwork is already filed and there's no real drama, the nominee won't even be in the state. Instead, she'll campaign next door in the battleground state of Wisconsin. The stars of this evening will be the stars of the first 3 conventions for the Democratic Party of this century. Former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama. They will testify on Harris's behalf, just miles from Obama's presidential library, the location of his presidential campaign headquarters, and Grant Park, where the one-term Illinois senator celebrated his 2008 election win. Harris was a part of that effort, campaigning for Obama in 2007 in his first primary, spending New Year's at his campaign headquarters in Des Moines, Iowa in 2007. It's yet another instance of how a late-breaking nominee of the party has roots in its history, which she is now the author of, having joined the crowd in bidding farewell to Joe Biden last night, as he summed up his career in a few brief sentences.
I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people.
CBS News political contributor Joel Payne joins me now. He is also the Chief Communications Officer of Move On, an advocacy group and political action committee. Joel, it's good to be with you. I'm going to ask you a sort of an odd question for a person at a convention. How much do any of these speeches matter? Or put another way, should we be thinking about the ways in which these speeches and these 4 days matter that makes us smarter about our punditry about whether they matter or not?
Yeah, John, it's good to be with you. I think that's a good question to ask. Do they matter? I mean, look, certainly some of these speeches do matter and will matter more than others. You look at Barack Obama speaking tonight, obviously, he ties together generations of this Democratic Party. Of course, we're going to have the nominee, Kamala Harris. We'll have Tim Walz. But all told, I think what the speeches do is just tell a story. And for this particular convention, I think it's an interesting coda on quite the chapter in Democratic politics. So it's an important coda to a story in this part of the book about the Democratic Party.
What is the most useful thing that the Obamas can do for the vice president? I think back to the last convention when Barack Obama spoke from the Constitutional Center and basically made the case with his, sweeping language about the constitutional threat of Donald Trump. Which he did that for Joe Biden when Biden was the nominee. What can the Obamas do for Harris?
Well, a couple of things. Functionally, they can just continue to execute the case against Donald Trump and for Kamala Harris. But I think a bigger picture, I've always thought about the Obamas as, more than just a political family or a political candidate and a spouse. They're really a cultural phenomenon. And I think what Kamala Harris is hoping to do is build a cultural moment. And so to have Barack and Michelle Obama serve as narrators of this moment where she is trying to create culture just like they did some 16 years ago, I think that they are appropriate narrators. And I think what the Harris-Walz campaign will be looking for is for Obama to really wed her to this moment and make sure that folks understand that a vote for Kamala Harris, it's not just a vote for Democratic policy and values, but it is a cultural statement. And I think if they can do that, and I know that that is a weighty responsibility to put on anybody, but if they can do that, I think they'll feel good about what they accomplished tonight.
And finally, Joel, I'll ask you two questions in one. What voters are now more likely to vote for the Democratic ticket as a result of the vice president being at the top of the ticket? And do you see evidence, real evidence of what that part of the coalition is enthusiastic? And then what voter group does she have challenges with, and does she and her team have to target?
So in the plus category, I'd say African-American voters and young voters. She needed to get back to those 2020 Biden numbers, but maybe even calling back further to the 2008 and 12 Obama numbers. She's got that in play now. She's got a chance. That wasn't something that was in play for the Biden 24 campaign, but it is in play for Harris 24. I think where she has challenges is the voters that I think she's hoping that Governor Walz helps her with, which are older voters, older white voters in the upper Midwest of the country. These are voters who maybe don't know her as well, and where I think that the work of describing her and defining her is more important to those sets of voters than for other voters. So that's where I'd be looking for the Harris-Walz campaign to really spend a lot of energy focused on.
Joel Payne. Thank you so much, Joel. As we mentioned, while some of the biggest names in the Democratic Party are in Chicago, Vice President Kamala Harris is heading about 80 miles north to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. She's holding a rally tonight at the same arena where the Republican Party held its national convention last month. CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Zhang is there and joins me now. So, Weijia, why is the campaign holding this rally in Milwaukee while the convention is going on in Chicago? Don't they know about everything that's happening here?
John, of course, they are going to try to use every opportunity they can to campaign, because even though the convention is there and the vice president has already made an appearance, the fact is that she has had a really truncated schedule to campaign, very short time compared to a traditional presidential nominee. And so they really want to try to use every moment to engage. And the one thing that she has had since she became the nominee is momentum and excitement. And they really think that rallies like the one that is set to begin here in just a couple hours are the way to continue that excitement, where she can be seen not only by the people here, but by people around the country, really trying to engage engage and connect with voters. And, you know, Wisconsin is an incredibly important state. She has already been here twice before. This will mark her third visit. And it really speaks to the fact, John, that they are not taking this state for granted. Joe Biden won in 2020, but just by over 20,000 votes. And so I think they want to spend as much time here as possible, especially because they are so close to Chicago and because, you know, they are expected to pack this House. As you mentioned, the same House where Donald Trump became the Republican nominee with several thousand supporters tonight.
That's right. That's the 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin, a key part of that Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania blue wall. Give us a sense of the mood there in the House, and what are you hearing from voters in Wisconsin?
So I can tell you that starting from this morning, we saw huge lines forming and people waited for several hours. And they really want an opportunity, the voters we spoke with, to hear directly from Harris. You know, our CBS News poll that was released over the weekend shows that several voters still don't have an idea of who she is and what she stands for. So they want to be able to hear directly from her what she plans to bring to this state, because as you mentioned, it is part of that incredibly important blue wall. And just last night, Secretary Hillary Clinton warned the party not to become distracted or complacent, because this is a state that she herself did not visit in 2016 because former President Barack Obama had won by significant margins, and they assumed that she would win as well. So it was a real shock when Donald Trump won. And I think that is a lesson learned and a big reason why that Harris is here and will be here tonight.
Weijia Zhang with an excellent piece of history there. Weijia, thank you so much. I want to bring in my colleague now, Jerika Duncan, who is in the studio back in New York. Jerika, you've got the rest of today's news.
That's right, John, and we'll, of course, check back with you a little bit later in this hour. The Trump campaign, meanwhile, is also focusing on the Midwest today. Ohio Senator and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance spoke earlier today at an event in Kenosha, Wisconsin, while former President Donald Trump delivered remarks on crime and safety in Michigan.
Crime in America is out of control. I'm going to make it, along with the economy, inflation, strong borders, and energy dominance, my top priority.
CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns joins me now. Caitlin, what is the Trump campaign doing today to really counter the Democrats' messaging in Chicago?
Yeah, Jerika, good to see you. Well, the Trump campaign is offering its own counter programming all week, kind of embarking on this battleground state blitz. Yesterday, I spoke to you from Pennsylvania, where they were trying to talk about the economy. Today, in Michigan, focusing on the issue of crime. We're going to see him go to Arizona later this week. Tomorrow, he's going to North Carolina, another battleground state. And that will be his first outdoor rally, not held at a property of his, since that assassination attempt. So that's significant. But today, here in Michigan, was focused on the issue of crime. And Jerika, it's notable because these are not big rallies that he's having today and yesterday. These are very small events, and that's by design, really trying to focus on the message. He's been reading from a script, quite literally, a booklet in front of him, and also veering off script in some ways. He had many attacks for Kamala Harris, but also today he had some attacks against Joe Biden as well. Kind of can't help but mention the current president and his former opponent. But Michigan is a key battleground state. You mentioned J.D. Vance is here in the Midwest as well. It's Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Those are the three key states, that blue wall, so to speak, that will help determine who wins this thing. Donald Trump's been here about 6 times since announcing his run and will be here quite often, as this is really a must-win state for him. And our polling shows a dead heat race here.
Yeah, and Caitlin, how were people reacting to some of those attacks? Because we keep talking about more on policy. Voters want to hear more on policy, but what's been the reaction today?
Well, an interesting anecdote. I was talking to Congressman Mike Rogers, who is here today. He's a former congressman from Michigan. He's running for the U.S. Senate here as a Republican, and he told us that he likes these kinds of smaller, more scripted, policy-focused events because that also gives him something to campaign on as well. So kind of thinking about those down ballot races. But the energy from Donald Trump has really been lacking over the past couple of days because this is kind of on script, a smaller venue, not that kind of big crowd where he really gains a lot of energy. And so it'll be interesting to see kind of what the next couple of days look like. He's supposed to go to the border later this week to focus on immigration, which of course is also a key issue of his campaign. But as you know, Drika, yesterday I asked the former president, why make these personal attacks against Harris? Why insult her intelligence and her appearance? And he said that, this is something that he, is going to continue to do. And we haven't seen a shift in strategy, really. He said there's not going to be a campaign shakeup. We'll keep an eye on that. But really kind of running the same campaign, hoping to apply the Biden administration record to Kamala Harris. And what Democrats are trying to do this week is define Kamala Harris in a different way.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how the polls shake out over the next couple of weeks with that strategy. Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you.
Thank you.
While Trump speaks in Michigan, as we mentioned earlier, the vice president is in the key Midwestern battleground state of Wisconsin. Both states could go to either party this election. Both states are part of what is known as the blue wall that Caitlin just talked about because they historically vote for the Democratic presidential ticket. Now, that is until 2016, of course, when Donald Trump won and turned some of those blue states red for the first time since the 1980s. To help break all of that down with us is CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, always great to have you in studio. Talk to us about why this blue wall is so important and why it's important to uphold, at least for the Democrats.
Yep. Well, this is something everybody should get used to seeing. We're going to see a lot of this map over the next couple of months. And what you mentioned here, what they call the blue wall, as you say, until 2016, the electoral map shows that we think the states in red almost surely will vote for a Republican. The states in blue almost surely will vote for a Democrat. But these are the closest ones. The ones in white, they could go either way. Our polling, as you noted, has them close. So if you, let's say, and this is hypothetical, Harris wins those three states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. What you see here is that adds up to the magic number of 270. Effectively, that's the win, assuming all else. But if Donald Trump were to win those three states, his path gets a lot easier because then all he has to do, for example, is win North Carolina, which he did, right, which he did last time, and then he goes over 270. And that's just one example. The other part of this, Jerika, is that the map tells a story because the upper Midwest is a lot of older voters, and it's a lot of, yes, there's more historical Democratic voting people there, but the Southwest is, in the Sun Belt, a growing area. It's diversifying. A lot of different kinds of voters, college-educated voters, a lot of black voters in Georgia, a lot of Hispanic voters in Arizona. In many ways, it represents the growth area of America and the changing America. Well, a Southern strategy and a Southern map would also tell a story about the way in which voting patterns have shifted in the country.
So with some of your latest polling, what are you seeing right now when it comes to the blue wall and the likelihood at this moment? We know things could change, but what are you seeing?
Well, quite frankly, it's this. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to play with anything because it's all so close that we actually do rate all of these states as toss-ups, right? But having said that, I think that the competition, if we do go, let's say we look at the Southern route, right, for Donald Trump, and it starts to look like that, he still needs to win. Based on what I just did, he would still need to win, let's say, a Pennsylvania to get over the top, which again reinforces the importance, back to the top, of that so-called blue wall in the upper Midwest.
And it's why both campaigns are spending a record amount of money in Pennsylvania this election season. Indeed. Anthony Salvanto, thank you so much. The U.S. is once again pushing to end the 10-month-long war in Gaza. However, both Israel and Hamas say there are still major disagreements. We'll get a report from the ground in Tel Aviv. Plus, an update on the superyacht that sunk off the coast of southern Italy over the weekend. We'll show you why the search is so challenging. Stay with us. You're streaming The Daily Report.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken is heading back home to Washington after another trip to the Middle East to push for a ceasefire and hostage release deal between Israel and Hamas. Meantime, Israel says it has recovered the bodies of 6 hostages in Gaza taken by Hamas during its October 7th attack. Ramy Inocencio has new reporting from Tel Aviv. Ramy?
Yeah, Drika, good evening. And the IDF says this was a joint operation with Shin Bet, the domestic intelligence service in southern Khan Yunis. After a firefight above ground, the IDF said that they found a tunnel shaft more than 30 feet deep, and behind a false wall, that is where they found the bodies of those 6 hostages. I spoke with the daughter of one of those hostages, Noam Perry. Her father, Chaim, was 80 years old, and she said that she felt relief, but she couldn't allow herself final closure, and that's because there are still more hostages in Gaza. Of the more than 100 believed still there, about a third are believed to be dead. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Antony Blinken wrapped up his visits to Egypt and Qatar today, where he spoke with the leaders of those mediating countries for that ceasefire deal. Now, before he was wheels up from Doha tonight, he again said that Israel agreed to bridging proposals and hoped that Hamas would join. But Hamas continues to blame Israel for changing changing conditions of its proposal from earlier. In effect now, each side blaming the other of sabotaging talks. Regardless, those are still set for later this week in Cairo. Drika.
Ramy Inocencio, thank you so much. For more insight, Raphael Cohen joins me. He is a senior political scientist at the RAND Corporation. It's a nonprofit focused on global policy and research. Cohen is also the director of the Strategy and Doctrine Program of RAND Project Air Force. Mr. Cohen, thank you so much for joining us. It's been Secretary of State Antony Blinken's 9th trip, as you know, to the Middle East since this war started. How important do you think it is that he has success with this potential ceasefire? And what areas has he been able to make the most progress in?
Well, Paul, thank you so much for having me on. I think it's important in a couple different dimensions. Most notably, I think it's important in sort of mitigating the humanitarian suffering of the civilian population of Gaza, which, as long as the conflict continues, is going to be in the midst of the war zone. It's also, I think, important for the Biden administration legacy. They're facing significant pressure, particularly from the progressive flank of the Democratic Party, to bring this war to a close. Consequently, Antony Blinken is spending his most precious resource, his time, trying to broker that deal. Now, as to how much progress he's actually made, I think that's a little bit more ambiguous. The broad contours of a deal are sort of beginning to take shape. So of the 105 hostages currently held by Hamas, about 30 or so would be released in an initial tranche in exchange for some number of Palestinian security detainees. But as your correspondent mentioned earlier, significant points of friction remain between the two sides, particularly about Israeli presence in Gaza and whether or not the war continues after that sort of short-term ceasefire is brokered.
Blinken has been communicating with mediators from Egypt and Qatar. Remind us of those two countries and how they're involved in these talks, why they're involved in these talks.
So Qatar is interesting in the sense that it is a small country, but it has a unique position in the Middle East in the sense that it talks to everyone. So it has ties with Hamas. In fact, the Hamas political leadership were based in Qatar. And it also maintains friendly relations with the West. And so it's often a useful intermediary between the West and nefarious organizations. They also played a significant role in brokering the U.S. Taliban accords early on. Now, Egypt's role is somewhat different. Egypt is important because it shares the border with Gaza, and Israel views it as vital to its long-term security to maintain friendly relations with Egypt that were brokered in the Begin-Sadat Accords in 1982. They also have a line of communication to Hamas by necessity, and so they're an important intermediary as well.
All right, Mr. Cohen, we thank you so much for your time. We know it's a very complicated situation that we continue to cover, and we appreciate your insight.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Crews have recovered a body near a superyacht in Italy that sank when it was caught in a storm over the weekend. Officials believe the victim is the yacht's chef. 22 people were on the vessel when it capsized, and 15 were able to escape. Crews are still looking for survivors. Our CBS's Chris Livesay has the latest from Italy.
Well, the search is on both for the missing and for answers as to how this state-of-the-art super yacht could capsize and sink off the coast of Sicily. Surveillance footage captured its illuminated 246-foot mast right before it swallowed in a severe thunderstorm. Now, weather data show the moment the storm hit Sicily's coastline at approximately 4 a.m. local time. And this was the ship's last known position, anchored off Porticello. It's thought to have gone down at around 5 a.m. Among the survivors is a 1-year-old girl. Among the missing is software magnate Mike Lynch, once described as Britain's Bill Gates, acquitted earlier this year of fraud charges in America. Lynch's American lawyer, Chris Morvillo, and his wife are also unaccounted for. Now, divers are still battling the elements. They're also having a hard time getting through much of the luggage and the furniture that's blocking the access to the ship. Meanwhile, there are still questions surrounding exactly what brought this ship down. Was it just the rough weather? Was it high wind? However, climate scientists do say that it's warmer sea temperatures, 3 degrees higher in the Mediterranean, that are making deadly storms like these more and more common. Jerika?
Such a scary story. Chris Livesay, thank you. Video captured the moment a rocket exploded during a test launch at Scotland's new spaceport. Footage shows flames, as you see there, and smoke shooting out from the rocket. No one was hurt, and there was no damage to the actual launch pad. The German company that manufactured the rocket is now investigating exactly what went wrong. This new spaceport is billed as the only fully licensed vertical port in Western Europe. Officials are now hoping to see its first launch in the fall. Still ahead, we'll go back to the DNC in Chicago, where immigration is one of the many issues being discussed. Our Adriana Diaz spoke with activists about how they think the next administration should address migrant regulations. You're streaming The Daily Report.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes. Did you ever have these problems before the derailment? No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing or bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to the Daily Report. I'm Jerika Duncan. Here are some of the additions to our top stories. Former President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama are set to headline Day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. There will also be a ceremonial roll call vote to select Vice President Kamala Harris as the party's presidential nominee. But Harris will not be there in person tonight. She is campaigning today in the battleground state of Wisconsin. Harris and her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, will be speaking from the same arena where the Republican National Convention was held just last month. This all comes after President Biden symbolically passed the torch to Harris last night. In the keynote speech, Biden promised to be the best volunteer for the Harris-Walz campaign and told Americans, quote, "I gave my best to you." Well, a major issue that will without a doubt be discussed at the DNC this week is immigration. Yearly apprehensions at the U.S. border reached record highs during President Biden's term. The host city of Chicago has been a sanctuary city for migrants since 2022, receiving more than 46,000 arrivals since August of that year, according to city data. And while those buses full of migrants coming from Texas have mostly disappeared, the city is still struggling with handling the migrants that are already there. CBS News correspondent Adriana Diaz joins us now from the DNC in Chicago. Adriana, last night the president said there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And we know that a lot of that drop has come since June when he signed that proclamation effectively banning most asylum seekers. So considering all of that information, how is the issue of immigration being handled so far?
Good evening, Jerika. Well, so far, they really have not focused on it. All of last night, it was mentioned a couple of times, but there were other themes that dominated last night, including abortion. We are expected to hear a bit more on immigration tonight. One of the speakers that could address it is Mesa, Arizona Mayor. He is a Republican who's crossed party lines to support Harris, John Giles. Of course, Arizona has dealt with a huge influx of migrants, especially this year. But Giles has written in an op-ed in AZ Central that he has switched party lines because the GOP under Trump is one he does not recognize. He says that it is down a path of political extremism. He says that the GOP that he stands for is one where the American dream is a possibility for anyone. And, you know, he talks a lot about, you know, the border deal, that bipartisan border deal this year that almost passed, but was really undermined by former President Trump. Mesa, Arizona mayor said that happened, he called it exploitation, that Donald Trump was using it for political gain, trying to make sure that that deal did not go through so that he could keep using immigration as something to campaign on.
And Adriana, you spoke with some immigration activists in Chicago about President Biden and Vice President Harris's policies. What did they have to say? What are they hoping to hear tonight?
They're hoping for information. They want clarity. They said that they are not satisfied with this current administration, that they feel that they have just been getting more of the same, more promises that have not been delivered on. They want to see, you know, increased family reunifications, less deportations. They want to have a border deal where, you know, the immigration system is fixed. They want more legal pathways to citizenship. The party has released its platform where they've outlined some of their goals, but it's really broad and general, and it's not trickling down to a lot of the immigrants in the community. We spoke to a woman, Victoria Castro, who works at an organization here that does grassroots, you know, conversations, knocking on doors, trying to turn out the Latino community. And she says that the messaging is not reaching them. People know Kamala Harris, but they don't feel they understand what she stands for and if she will deliver. They say, as a daughter of immigrants herself, that, you know, they're hopeful, she says, that she will stand with them, but there isn't full trust there. There's, I think, a little bit of paranoia, in fact, that she may not deliver on promises. Let's play a clip from that interview.
People are feeling pretty apathetic, and they're going to feel that way unless you give them a reason to come out and vote.
So even though there's been this surge of enthusiasm around Kamala Harris, that's not being felt in the immigrant community here?
I think for the community that we're trying to do outreach for, there has always been a gap of enthusiasm because neither the parties nor the candidates have ever really spoken to our folks about things that they care about in a way that will resonate with them.
So, like, when you talk to people, what do they tell you?
So, for a lot of them, it's like, when it comes to the black migrants, a lot of them, the issue is that they're being overlooked. You know, when we talk about the election and voting, we are talking about, like, you know, are there going to be opportunities, like job opportunities? Are there going to be immigration reform? Are there, you know, going to be other resources provided to the community?
So as you can hear, and I'm just going to speak low because the national anthem is being sung right now. As you can hear, there is optimism about Harris, but it is cautious. Jerika.
All right, Adriana Diaz, we thank you so much for your reporting, and we'll check in with you later. Thank you. The U.S. has imposed sanctions on the former president of Haiti for his alleged role in drug trafficking and gang violence. The Treasury Department says the sanctions against Michel Martelly are meant to emphasize the role that, quote, political elites have played in the ongoing unrest. Haiti's long-running struggle with gangs took a turn for the worse earlier this year. The United Nations says the violence has displaced more than 300,000 children since March. To other news, New Jersey Democrat Bob Menendez is now officially a former senator. His resignation went into effect today. Menendez was convicted on federal bribery charges last month, including accepting gold bars as bribes and acting as an agent for the Egyptian government. He has since filed a motion asking the Manhattan federal judge to throw out the guilty verdict. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy has appointed his former chief of staff to replace Menendez until the election in November. Still to come, a new study is warning of dangers linked to a popular weight loss drugs, but some say the supporting data is weak. Our chief medical correspondent, Dr. John LaPook, will explain. You're streaming The Daily Report.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
A new study links the popular new weight loss drugs to the risk of suicide. However, several doctors say the findings should be taken with a grain of salt. Published Tuesday in the Journal of JAMA Network Open, researchers examined the World Health Organization's database for reported adverse effects of semaglutide, the main component of Ozempic and Wegovy. They found that out of roughly 30,000 adverse reactions reported, 107 included thoughts of suicide or self-harm, which represents less than 1%. CBS News chief medical correspondent Dr. John LaPook joins us now. So, Dr. LaPook, always great to have your expert, not just opinion, but take on all of this. What was your initial reaction to this study?
Well, you know, I think it's important to understand that as more and more people are taking these medications, side effects that possibly are quite rare or unusual are going to start to be noticed or could potentially start to be noticed, okay? This study, you know, did find that there was an increased incidence or suggested that there was a link to increased suicidal thinking with this drug. But it's a really tough study to kind of do. You'll notice that we don't know the denominator. We don't know how many people were taking the drug. We also don't know what the dosage was, how long they were taking it. So there's a signal. They're using some statistical methods to say it looks like it's more of these things than we thought was going to happen. But still, as you point out in the intro, it's relatively rare there.
So is this something where, you know, there should be some sort of mental health screening, knowing that there is a small group of people that may be experiencing these kind of suicidal ideations?
Yeah, and, you know, I should say that the FDA, just to be clear, the FDA has looked into this, and they have found no link between these drugs and suicidal thinking or actually actions, and the same thing with the European version of the FDA. So it's not established that there's this link, but yes, I spoke to the FDA today about this, and you know, it's very reasonable to, and I'm an internist, I see patients, I've been prescribing this, to be able to say, you know what, in an abundance of caution, let me start talking to people before I prescribe it. You know, do you have depression? Have you had any thoughts of self-harm? And by the way, once you start taking it, you should really follow yourself if you have any abnormal thoughts or any change in your thinking. Let's make sure that, you know, you get back to me, we keep close contact with each other. So it's actually going to change the way I practice medicine, because I wasn't specifically going into that with my patients, I have to admit.
This becomes a case of more information to make the patients more aware of possible feelings or things that they might experience. You always hear at the very end of the drugs, when you watch the advertisements on TV, it may cause da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Right, yeah.
You know, so this is helpful, I'm sure, too, to patients to know that if they experience something like this, they need to speak up about it.
Yeah, and it's a cautionary tale. You know, recently we did a report about how it may be not only curbing appetite in the brain, but, you know, other use disorders. So, for example, the tobacco use disorder and maybe alcohol use and opioid use. And so there's, you know, a tendency to think, well, let me just try it for that. No, these are not FDA-approved uses. And you have to know that eventually when these new drugs come out and you have millions and millions of people using them, you may start to find adverse side effects that you didn't anticipate. So I think, for now, you know, I'm happy we're all talking about this, you know, and as you imply, we need to have great communication between whoever's the health practitioner and whoever the patient is.
You talked about what the FDA said. What about the drug makers? What about Wegovy or Ozempic?
Yeah, they say they stand by the drugs being safe and that they have safe profiles and that they're continuing to have communication with the FDA. So, you know, they're aware of these reports, and you know, they say that they're on it, and I think more to follow. And the FDA has told me they're going to let us know. They're doing ongoing studies, and if anything develops, we will find out.
All right, and we know you'll stay on top of it. Dr. John LaPook,
Sharika,
thanks for joining us. And if you or anyone you know is experiencing suicidal thoughts, professionals are always available to help at the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. You can call or text them 24 hours a day at the number on your screen there, 988. The World Health Organization is stressing that Mpox is not the new COVID-19. That's despite issuing a global health emergency last week about Mpox. In a statement Tuesday, the organization's European director said the two illnesses are not comparable because authorities already know how Mpox spreads and how to control it. This does not mean that the threat from Mpox is not serious. Officials say more research is needed on the Clade 1b strain, which is rapidly spreading in parts of Africa. More than 500 deaths so far from the virus have been reported on the continent this year alone. Now, one case of the more dangerous strain has also been reported in Sweden. Well, the BMW is recalling more than 720,000 of its vehicles in North America over concerns a piece of equipment could short circuit. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the impacted vehicles have water pumps with faulty sealing that could lead to a fire. The recall covers multiple cars and SUVs made between 2012 and 2018. Vehicle owners will be notified in October if their car is part of the recall. Dealers will replace the part free of charge. Hope it's not much of a hassle. Well, after a string of severe storms, the Northeast and Midwest are experiencing a summer cool down of sorts, while parts of the South are bracing for more heat. For more on that, here's Mike Bettis from our partners at the Weather Channel.
Huge changes in temperatures this week in many different parts of the country. Fast forward to fall across the east. Notice temperatures here could be as much as 15 degrees below average as the front heads offshore. Temperatures in the morning, dare I say, on the chilly side. In the afternoon, incredibly pleasant, especially with all the moisture going offshore. So low humidity, it feels really, really nice. In other places, the hottest temperatures of the summer. From Texas all the way through the mountains here, we can see record-setting temperatures through Saturday. Heat indices 110 to 115 in Texas the next couple of days with excessive heat warnings in a lot of major cities, including Houston, Austin, and San Antonio. Then you take a look at the flooding that could be possible with some heavy thunderstorms across Florida. We got a front that's laid down here, doesn't want to budge, and so we are stuck in a very wet pattern through the weekend here. Again, flooding could be possible, and anytime we see these fronts hang up in Florida, also watching for tropical development off of them, but all the beaches, well, probably empty because of the storms. Now, for more in-depth coverage, you can watch the Weather Channel on cable and live on your favorite TV streaming device.
All right, Mike Bettis, thank you so much. Well, on a lighter note here, the oldest known person in the world, she has died at 117 years old. It is time to celebrate her life. Maria Brañas Morera was born in 1907 in San Francisco and moved with her family to Spain as a child. Growing up in Europe, she witnessed Spain's civil war, the brutal Franco regime, and even the D-Day invasion of Normandy. In her personal life, Morera enjoyed 40 years of marriage to a Spanish doctor. The two had 3 children and more than a dozen grandchildren. Before her death, Morera told the Guinness Book of World Records that her long life is due to, are you ready for this? Got to make a list. It's order, tranquility, good connection with family and friends, contact with nature, emotional stability, no worries, no regrets, lots of positivity, and staying away from toxic people. We wish her and her family the best. The Obamas return to their old stomping grounds coming up. We'll check back in with John Dickerson in Chicago as the former president and former first lady headline night 2 of the Democratic National Convention. You're streaming The Daily Report.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time. Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
On 1-hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
an original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift, stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We, of course, continue to follow the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Tonight, we'll hear from former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama. But before we go, let's check back in with John Dickerson with some final thoughts and usually a little history lesson of sorts on day 2. John?
Thank you, Jerika. The early 20th century humorist Will Rogers said, "I'm not a member of an organized party, I'm a Democrat." Rogers would not recognize the level of organization here in Chicago, where the party has made sure that all serendipity, chance, and protesters have been driven miles from the United Center. Tuesday night, we'll see an example of that. The party will hold a ceremonial roll call vote to give Harris the nomination that she already won on August 6th. It's a destination wedding after already being married at City Hall. It is the most choreographed moment of a 4-day act of choreography, though it could have been the most contentious moment. Even at previous coronations, there were moments of scratchiness. In 2008, Hillary Clinton supporters threatened to disrupt Obama's elevation at his convention. They were called Pumas, which stood for Party Unity My Rear End. In 2016, Bernie Sanders supporters protested Hillary Clinton's roll call vote. This election, when Biden came to see the wisdom of dropping out, there could have been a battle to replace him. But that never happened, in part because of the quick work of many of the speakers here at this convention, from Hillary Clinton to Barack Obama. The party closed around Harris, upending another Democratic Party cliche. It was one that Bill Clinton used to use. He said the difference between the parties is that the Democrats fall in love while the Republicans fall in line. Now it's the Democrats falling in line. Monday night's passing of the torch from Biden to Harris retained only the faintest whiff of the reality that the torch that was being passed had been wrestled out of Biden's hand. It was hard to detect in the sea of placards saying "We love Joe" that had been passed around. Donald Trump helps with all this party unity, of course, but Harris's biography also fits the party's message. Democrats can talk about the future with gusto because their nominee is a generation younger than the previous one. Hillary Clinton could ignite the hall by placing Harris into the history of progress for women politicians because Harris might be the first woman president. And when Barack Obama speaks Tuesday, someone will mention, maybe even me, that Harris was called, as far back as 2009, the female Obama, a multiracial candidate who has energized voters. This is not to say that it will be easy, this campaign for Vice President Harris, or that it's enough to just have applause from your home crowd. If she relies just on that, she'll lose. As Will Rogers said, even if you're on the right track, you'll get run over if you just sit there. Thanks for watching. A special edition of America Decides begins after the break. You're streaming CBS News 24/7.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is this really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did
English?
any of that make
What
sense?
have you learned?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
This week on CBS News 24/7, all-day coverage of the Democratic National Convention with special editions of America Decides and the Daily Report with John Dickerson, and followed by complete coverage from the CBS News political team live from Chicago. Stream all-day coverage this week here on CBS News.
Nancy Cortez at the United Center in Chicago. Welcome to a special Democratic National Convention edition of America Decides. Supporters are gathering here in Chicago for night 2 of the Democratic National Convention as the party looks to the future. That's the theme of tonight. A ceremonial roll call will be held this evening to select Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for president. Tonight, President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama will rally behind Harris. They'll both be speaking here, addressing the crowd in their hometown of Chicago. Also on the speaker's docket tonight, second gentleman Doug Emhoff. He'll be talking about his wife. And as night 2 of the DNC gets underway, Vice President Harris, she's not here. She's breaking away from the convention for her first campaign rally as the nominee in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We're going to get to that a little bit later. But first, here at the United Center, Adriana Diaz is down at the floor and joins us now. Adriana, tell us a little bit about the headliners, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, and what we expect to hear from them tonight.
Hi, Nancy. Good evening. It is a party atmosphere. People are dancing out here on the floor. We are at the podium position, which is just off stage. And yes, those headliners, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, you can't get bigger star power, any more wattage in the Democratic Party. And we expect them to do what they do here in Chicago to make this crowd fired up and ready to go. But this is really a full circle moment because in 2008, Kamala Harris, when she was DA in San Francisco, actually volunteered for Barack Obama. She was a volunteer in Iowa, and now he's out here essentially volunteering for her. What we expect him to say is make clear that Harris and Waltz are exactly what the country needs right now.
Right, and he has known her for 20 years, so he has the opportunity to really paint a picture of her in very personal terms if he wants to. Adriana, we know that they've had to make some tweaks to the schedule tonight to ensure that what we saw last night doesn't happen again tonight, where the headliner, in last night's case, it was the president, Joe Biden, ends up speaking about 45 minutes later than scheduled, well outside of prime time, closer to midnight Eastern time. So they're trying to streamline things tonight so we hear from the Obamas a little bit earlier. But talk to me a little bit about the fact that they are speaking here in Chicago, a city that means so much to them, a city where Barack Obama really got his start, as he likes to talk about, as a community organizer.
I mean, the Obamas are synonymous with Chicago. The only other Chicagoan that people really revere, like they do the Obamas, is Harold Washington, Chicago's first black mayor. But the Obamas are, you know, and Nancy, you know, I used to live here. I was here for almost 10 years. They are Chicago's own. We remember those images from Grant Park when everyone gathered when he won the election in 2008. So the fact that they are coming back home to Chicago to address the crowd and to tell these people to turn out and vote, and that Kamala Harris has his full support is significant. And Chicago is really where you saw the spectrum of Barack Obama. You saw the grassroots community organizer on the south side, on the west sides of Chicago, doing really important and difficult community work. And he also was doing corporate law. That's what brought him to the city of Chicago to begin with. He, of course, met Michelle here, and the rest is history. But this is a hometown boy, even though he was raised in your home state of Hawaii. But this is going to be a homecoming for the Obamas for sure.
No question. You know, throughout this four-day convention, we're hearing from some family members of the nominees that we don't typically hear from. Ashley Biden introduced her father, Joe Biden, last night. And tonight, Cole Emhoff is going to be introducing his father, Doug Emhoff. We're also going to be hearing tonight from one of the most beloved progressives here in this hall, Bernie Sanders, and we're going to be hearing from some Republicans as well. What is the message that the organizers are trying to send by inviting Republicans to speak here at the Democratic convention?
I think the message is spectrum. There is a broad support. There's a broad range of support for Kamala Harris. As you mentioned, Cole Emhoff, other kind of younger speakers, Ashley Biden, the youth vote is so important and so critical to a Harris victory. So we have the youth vote. We also have establishment Democrats, Chuck Schumer speaking tonight, Bernie Sanders is speaking tonight. And then we have Republicans who have crossed party lines to support Harris. Stephanie Grisham, who, used to work for former President Trump in the White House as his press secretary and worked for Melania Trump. She's going to come out here and say, I was a fervent Trump supporter, and I am here now supporting his opponent, because she will outline, just things that happened behind the scenes that she believes really paints the real picture of Donald Trump, and she's going to lay it all out here for the crowd.
If you've been watching, Adriana, your eyes are not deceiving you. It suddenly went dark in the hall, and of course it went dark where Adriana is standing as well. She is at the mercy of whatever is going on stage. They're playing a video, and so of course they brought the lights down in order to do that. But Adriana reporting through it all. Thanks so much for setting the scene for us tonight.
Thanks, Nancy.
And we're going to go now to the stage because Stephanie Grisham, former President Trump's former press secretary, is going to speak. This should be interesting. Take a listen.
I was a true believer. I was one of his closest advisors. The Trump family became my family. I spent Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's all at Mar-a-Lago. I saw him when the cameras were off. Behind closed doors, Trump mocks his supporters. He calls them basement dwellers. On a hospital visit one time when people were dying in the ICU, he was mad that the cameras were not watching him. He has no empathy, no morals, and no fidelity to the truth. He used to tell me, "It doesn't matter what you say, Stephanie. Say it enough and people will believe you." But it does matter. What you says matter, and what you don't say matters. On January 6th, I asked Melania if we could at least tweet that while peaceful protest is the right of every American, there's no place for lawlessness or violence. She replied with one word: no. I became the first senior staffer to resign that day. I couldn't be part of the insanity any longer. When I was press secretary, I got skewered for never holding a White House briefing. It's because, unlike my boss, I never wanted to stand at that podium and lie. Now here I am, behind a podium, advocating for a Democrat. And that's because I love my country more than my party. Kamala Harris tells the truth. She respects the American people, and she has my vote. Thank you.
She is the former, you've been listening to Stephanie Grisham. She is the former press secretary for former President Trump. And she was very close to Melania Trump as well. But she said there, got great applause for the fact that she said that she is going to be supporting Kamala Harris. The presidency isn't the only seat that Americans will vote to fill this November. Coming up, we're going to look at the impact that the people at the top of the ticket could have on the balance of power in Congress. You're streaming America Decides. We'll be right back.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
That desired farm is a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
While getting Kamala Harris elected is top of mind here at this convention, the party is also hoping to flip the House and maintain their majority in the Senate because, of course, even if Harris is elected, if she doesn't have a Democratic House and Senate, she will be limited in what she can do. So Washington Democratic Congresswoman and chair of the DCCC, Suzanne DelBene, joins us now. She is in charge of trying to get Democrats the majority in the House. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being with me. You need to net 4 more seats in the House to flip control. How is the outlook now, 1 month into the Harris nomination?
Well, we've had a great outlook this entire Congress, this entire cycle. We have incumbents who are strong running for re-election, and we have 30 candidates across the country. We call them our red to blue candidates, who are looking to either keep open seats or flip districts that are currently red-blue. They are running strong campaigns. They're independent thinkers. They're results-oriented. You know, folks across the country want to see governance work. And this cycle, we've seen chaos, dysfunction, and extremism on the Republican side. So we have an incredible opportunity to net those 4 more seats. You've seen some people with badges, they say 4 more and 24, but we're going to work hard to elect as many Democrats as we have so we have a strong majority in the House and Speaker Hakeem Jeffries.
Obviously, it's easier to pick up those seats when you've got a candidate at the top of the ticket who's doing better in the polls. She certainly looks like she's doing better than President Biden was a month ago. But she's going to be barnstorming the same 7 battleground states for the next couple of months. And most of your incumbents who need to win their seats, most of your most competitive seats are not in those 7 states. They're in Texas and New York. How do they benefit from this surge in enthusiasm for Harris when she's not going to be visiting those states?
Well, we in the House have a big map that's all across the country. We have over 60 races on our map, 31 frontliners, folks who are running for re-election in targeted districts, and 30 red to blue candidates looking to flip districts across the country. But they're in New York and California, to your point. They're also in Michigan and Arizona and Pennsylvania, states that will also be important presidential states. So we have folks running in Iowa and Nebraska and Alabama. So we have opportunities in red states and blue states, in purple states. But really what's most important in our races is having strong candidates. They are running their unique races in these districts across the country. And remember, they're pieces of states in many cases, unless you're Mary Peltola in Alaska, where you have a whole state as a House member. But because they're running, they have unique issues. They're talking about the issues in their communities. And that's really where the focus is in the House, having authentic candidates who are standing up for their districts and being an independent voice. So they're going to run their campaigns. You're going to see others support them. But our job at the DCCC is to make sure we get their message out, because when we do, we win.
Tim Walz was one of those candidates once upon a time, now the vice presidential nominee. Are there particular issues? Obviously, all of these districts are different, but are there particular issues that resonate in these swing districts, these purple districts, that you have pushed to bring to the forefront here at the Democratic Convention?
Well, I think the number one issue in almost every place across the country and in swing districts have been issues of affordability, economic issues, the pocketbook issues that families are facing, housing and the need for more affordable housing across the country, making sure that we have childcare. If you can even find childcare, the cost of childcare is really high. We've been really, Republicans want to put in place tax cuts for the wealthy and well-connected. We want a tax system that helps strengthen and grow the middle class. So those are the issues we've been talking about. We did a lot of work last Congresswoman majority, lowering drug prices, getting investments in infrastructure. But imagine what we can do when we have gavels and we can govern versus the dysfunction that we've seen from House Republicans when they're in charge this Congress.
Speaking of the economy, on the stage right now here at the convention, a Teamsters Union official. Let's take a listen to a little bit of what he has to say, and he's obviously surrounded by other members.
61,000 from Michigan. As president, I know Kamala Harris will have our backs. She will fight for our retirement, Social Security, and Medicare. Beverly passed away in 2019, but I kept my promise, because a promise is a promise is a promise. Thank you.
For years, Big Pharma has often inflated the price of life-saving medications.
Union support obviously was a big focus yesterday up on that stage, and apparently it is today as well.
Well, this is about working families. We know that making sure that we're supporting workers across the country, making sure that they're getting fair wages, making sure that we have an economy that is working for everyone in our country is a huge priority for Democrats. And it's a huge priority for our brothers and sisters in labor who are working hard to make sure we have an economy that is working for everyone and working hard to build the middle class. So that's what's so important. We're going to stand up for their rights to make sure they have fair wages and make sure we have working conditions and opportunities for everyone in our country. That's what matters to people, right? We're talking about the kitchen table issues, retirement security, Social Security, Medicare that you just heard about. Those are things we're fighting for. If you look in Project 2025, it's tax cuts for the wealthy and well-connected, cutting Social Security and Medicare, and there's no support for families or workers. This is really about taking care of Donald Trump and Donald Trump's friends.
Congresswoman Suzanne Dalbene of Washington State, also working to get Democrats reelected and potentially the majority. Thanks so much for talking with me this evening. I really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you.
And we're going to go now to the floor of the convention and our own Ed O'Keefe, who has been watching Night 2 unfold. Ed, what do you got for us?
Nancy, we are at almost the exact opposite side of the arena from you. I can see where you guys are from over here in Michigan. Of course, a key battleground state, and we're joined by Lavora Barnes, the chairwoman of the state party. We've talked so many times over the phone and over email, never met in person, so nice to
good to be in person, and what a great place to do it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think of these seats you have? I would have thought you guys would get a good spot.
Here's the thing. Look straight ahead. It's a perfect angle on that beautiful stage and all of our wonderful speakers. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we love it up here.
So you've got, obviously, a competitive governor's or presidential race, Senate race. Alyssa Slotkin now in a dogfight there. A handful of congressional races. How does what's going on here this week, the Harris nomination, begin to transform things? How have you noticed the change in Michigan?
So when the change happened, when she became our nominee, the number of calls from people who wanted to volunteer, people who wanted to help, people who wanted to donate skyrocketed, really skyrocketed. And one of the things we knew was important was that we already had an infrastructure in place to take in all of those volunteers, because 10,000 volunteers a day have to go somewhere and do something.
10,000 a day.
Yes, for several days, that's how it was going. These calls and text messages and emails just kept coming. And it's terrific. It's a great feeling on the ground in Michigan. Folks are fired up, they want to help, and they want to win.
You say fired up. There's a guy talking later tonight who made that phrase famous, fired up, ready to go. His return to the convention, his decision to speak on Harris's behalf? What does that mean to Democrats?
I think it's so important for all of us to see the through line from where Obama started in 2008 to where we are now with Kamala Harris. He started something, like a big thing, that told this country we could elect someone who looks like me, and now we're truly going to elect someone who looks like me, because she's a woman.
So we're going to get the roll call of the states underway in a little bit. This is a formality because you guys already did this virtually amid some concerns about ballot laws in Ohio. Tonight, though, you're going to do it for show and for the pomp and circumstance of it all. Can you explain one thing to me? What is this phone for here on your post?
So somewhere in the back room, there's a team of folks who are managing all of the work that we're doing here. Right. And they call me and ask me questions about who's here, who's not here. They call me to warn me that someone's coming up to speak. And sometimes they call and suggest a chant we might want to do.
A chant? Okay. But is this like the one that gives you the signal, like it's your turn next kind of thing?
I
Get ready?
That's exactly how it goes.
All right. And you've got a script for tonight of sort of what you're going to say?
Ready to go. I've got partners, not just me. I've got partners.
And what's this about each state getting a song?
A song. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but yes.
Did you guys get to pick it?
We did indeed, yes.
Something Motown?
I'm not going to tell you.
We should point out, by the way, Governor Whitmer is also up here. She's been talking to fellow delegates and signing copies of her new book.
Selfies.
And taking selfies. Donald Trump was in Michigan today. Howell, Michigan, specifically, a city that's got a
quite a reputation.
Well, what is that reputation?
So Howell's like the home of the KKK. It's where it all happened in Michigan, was right there in Howell. And still to this day, just days ago, another KKK and militia group gathered in Howell and marched. And Donald Trump said nothing about it. No denouncement of that sort of behavior or that sort of hate. And then he chooses to go there, just days after they do that. It feels to me like he's sending a message, and I don't think Michiganders want anything that he's selling.
Yeah, there was nothing explicit he said in his remarks today to acknowledge that or to call out the fact that he was there.
He's in Howell. We know. Michigan knows what Howell's about. We know.
Chairwoman Lavora Barnes, nice to meet you. Thank you for hosting us up here. I mean, I'm going to have Jarrett point Nancy right back to you, all the way up there in the rafters. Back to you.
That is cool, Ed. Right back at you. Great to see you as the excitement builds for the roll call, which gets underway a little bit later this hour. It's always a highlight. That's the whole reason that these delegates are here in the first place, is to cast their votes, even if it is ceremonial. All right, former President Barack Obama is going to be speaking tonight, as you know, here at the Democratic National Convention. Coming up, I'm going to speak to his former speechwriter about what we can expect to hear. You're streaming America Decides. We'll be right back.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
Or you can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Tonight I say to the people of America, to Democrats and Republicans and independents across this great land, enough this moment.
That was former President Barack Obama, of course, accepting the Democratic nomination in 2008. He's going to deliver a different kind of speech here tonight. And Terry Zuplat joins us now to talk about it. He's a former speechwriter for President Obama, worked in the White House. Terry, thank you so much for being here. You know this man so well. You know his writing style, what he wants to convey. You didn't work on this speech, but you know a lot of people who did. So what do you think he wants to get across about Kamala Harris tonight?
Well, that she's the right choice, that she should be the next president of the United States. I mean, you just played a clip from when he accepted the nomination. And thematically, when you look at all of his speeches, going back to 2004 when he was the keynote speaker at a convention, thematically they're always very consistent with one another. He's not, there's not going to be a new Barack Obama tonight. So I think the reason that the convention brings out speakers like Michelle Obama, Barack Obama tonight is because they are so admired, they are so admired across this country. They're giving their seal of approval to Kamala Harris. If you admire the Obamas, they want to transfer some of that admiration to her this week, and that's going to happen tonight. So I think this will be a very thematically consistent speech from what you've heard and people like about Barack Obama in the past.
I remember in 2016 when Hillary Clinton was here at the convention,
right,
and when former President Obama was speaking about her, and I kind of expected that he would show us a different side of her. After all, he had lunch with her every week just about when she was the Secretary of State. He was in the Situation Room with her. She traveled all around the world for him. But I was surprised his remarks were not that personal. He took sort of a 10,000-foot view, talked about why she was so qualified. Do you think that he'll be more specific, more personal tonight when talking about Kamala Harris, someone he has known for 20 years now?
Perhaps. I mean, what's interesting is that Kamala Harris was a volunteer on Barack Obama's 2008 campaign. She was a volunteer in Iowa. She knocked on doors for Barack Obama to elect him president. So what a full circle moment this is for now him to come back and to endorse her and help elevate her to the presidency. So, yeah, I think, some of the most powerful speeches in history that resonate with us are when the speaker gets personal. So he has an opportunity to do that tonight. I hope he does. I think he will. The crowd loves those moments. I think it's interesting, right? Someone serves as vice president. Their job by definition is to be the number 2. They're not supposed to be putting telling their story so much. They're there to support the president. Now, this week is all about helping the American people get to know who Kamala Harris is. Barack Obama can help do that tonight. Michelle Obama can help do that tonight.
Right, and she's got a very different style.
That's right. No, they both have different styles. We all have different styles.
Yeah.
And I think hearing them together in one night, I think will be incredibly energizing, not just for this room. You know, these folks are already on board, right? These are the party faithful. They're going to go out. They're already committed. Tonight, this entire convention, it's about speaking to those millions of people around the country who are still trying to make up their mind. And so, yeah, you bring out your big guns. You bring out the Barack Obama, who won election twice, you know. And, you know, this guy knows how to, you know, deliver a message. Bill Clinton's coming up later in the week. So, yeah, the 1-2 punch of Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, I think, can be really powerful tonight.
What do you think, if anything, President Obama is going to have to say about his former vice president, who spoke here last night and was the headliner, but who is no longer the nominee?
Yeah, I would. My guess would be the speech probably has 3 big parts. Part 1 is just an effusive tribute to the leadership of Joe Biden. Part 2 is, you know, framing this moment in history, framing this election. What is this about? And then why he believes so deeply that Kamala Harris is the right choice. I mean, that's really what the best convention speeches, any campaign speech comes down to, you know, defining the moment, defining the candidate, and defining the contrast. And if you can do all those 3 in a compelling way that moves millions of people, then that's a winning message.
Well, we don't hear from President Obama in these public settings all that often anymore, so it will be really fascinating to hear what he has to say tonight. Terry Zuplat, thank you so much for your insights. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
What does the Harris-Walz ticket mean for the progressive wing of the Democratic Party? Massachusetts Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley is going to join us. You're streaming America Decides here at the Democratic National Convention. We'll be right back.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party? Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded 1-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7. That is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back. We're continuing to cover night 2 of the Democratic National Convention right here in Chicago. And it's a big night because it is roll call night. So let's bring in our own Aaron Navarro because he knows all about it and how it works. And Aaron, it's so great to see you and be in the same spot because we're always crisscrossing the country in different directions. But what is different about tonight's roll call?
It's more ceremonial. Kamala Harris already locked this up officially a couple weeks ago when the DNC did a virtual roll call. They sent ballots through email to delegates. They filled it out, sent it back, and she was officially made the nominee in early August. So this is more of a ceremony. It's going to start with Delaware in recognition of President Biden and with California, Harris's home state. But it's really being fueled by the delegates. I talked to one today, a state Senate minority leader in Georgia, Gloria Butler, been to DNC conventions since 2000, asked her about President Obama endorsing Harris. Here's what she had to say.
I've lived long enough to witness a black man as president, and now I can witness a black woman as president. And I never thought in my wildest imagination that something like that would happen in my lifetime. And it makes me swell up with pride to be able to experience it all. So it means an awful lot to me.
Now, delegates I've been talking to have a renewed optimism with Harris at the top of the ticket, but they have 2016 at the back of their minds. They say there's a lot of energy for them, but they know they have to do more work to make sure voters turn out for Harris.
What makes the roll call itself so fun is you go state by state. Every state does something different. There are often surprises, people you don't expect representing specific states. So it'll be interesting to watch it get underway just a couple of minutes from now.
Right. And there also will be a DJ that plays a song for each state.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be watching that. Aaron Navarro, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed. And let's go now to CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, the Democrats tonight are saying it's all about the future. What does the polling say about the outlook that Democrats have about their party, about their ticket, now that the torch has been passed from President Biden to Vice President Harris?
Right, and it's all about vibes here, right? It's about the general direction of the country. Look, we've been asking this question for a little while. Do you think America's best days are in its future or in its past? This is different from whether you're optimistic, which a lot of people are, but where do you draw inspiration? And one of the things that I noticed, Nancy, is look at these party splits. 70% of Democrats say America's best days lie in its future. Okay, maybe that's why the party and the convention is going to try to find resonance with that idea. But Republicans, now some of this is going to be based on the Trump campaign. He often talks about make America great again, right? Implying that it was but isn't now. So some of that's going to be reflective of that. But 60% of them say America's best days are in its past, maybe echoing some of those themes as well. So that contrast to me is pretty striking. And then you noted this, I think, and some others have, Nancy, even though they're talking about the future, they have a list of speakers, right? Some of which are obviously former presidents. So I looked at that and I wondered, well, one reason why, perhaps, is when you look at the recent presidents who left office with positive approval ratings, well, who's on that list? Barack Obama and Bill Clinton, with, frankly, approval ratings that you just don't see any president get of late, Nancy.
Wow, that is so interesting. And there was such a heavy focus last night on the economy. How important of an issue is the economy to voters right now? And is there a difference between Democratic and Republican voters?
Yeah, there is. And not only are Republicans more likely to say that the economy is a factor, Democrats do too, but Republicans really do. Sometimes people answer that question knowing what their party's strong suit is, so there might be some of that baked in. But inflation as a part of the economy has been really critical here. And take a look at the difference, this gap Harris still has to make up. More people think if Trump wins, prices will go down, and Harris trails on that. So look for that message to try to gain ground there, Nancy.
Anthony Salvanto breaking it down expertly as always. Thank you so much. Joining me now here in Chicago is Democratic Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts. Congresswoman, so great to see you.
Good to be with you.
I want to ask you about those vibes that Anthony was just discussing. Last month, before current president, former nominee, Joe Biden dropped out, you said that Democrats who were pushing him to leave the race were losing the plot. How do you feel now?
Well, I'm grateful for this Harris-Walz ticket, which knows the plot, and the plot is the people. They are centering the people and their vision for a more just America that centers the humanity and the dignity of every person that calls this country home, which is in stark contrast to the Republicans and Project 2025 institutionalized Trumpism, which would cause harm to every person who calls this country home, dismantle the federal government and our democracy as we know it, and take us back. Whereas Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are about our freedoms and about the future.
What do you think about the future as Kamala Harris has laid it out so far, particularly when it comes to her economic proposals?
Again, she understands the plot, the people. And because she has her own lived experience that she brings to this, and because she has stayed proximate to people, traversing this country as the most effective champion for reproductive rights and abortion access and care, she understands that we have to be honest about the daily challenges and struggles of people and do everything to mitigate them. But she's also advancing policies that will meet people in their aspiration. So whether you're talking about down payment assistance for home ownership, whether you're talking about combating price gouging, understanding how that has increased the cost of groceries, whether you're talking about protections and thinking of our renters, as well. She is very focused, or a care economy, universal child care and paid leave. She is squarely focused on the struggles of everyday people, of every family model, of every person who calls this country home. But it's not only about their struggles, it's also about meeting their aspiration. As a surrogate for the vice president, when I was in Pennsylvania, a very important battleground state, I was just so moved by the fact that particularly amongst 18 to 35-year-olds, a demographic that had been, well, there was really an enthusiasm gap. They keep using words like joyful, hopeful, how much they appreciate that Kamala is future-focused. So she is going to deeply resonate and allow us to build this broad and diverse winning coalition to deliver her to the Oval Office.
You're often referred to as one of the members of the squad. Another member of the squad, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, spoke last night. She got a big headlining role. Do you think that that is a reflection of the fact that you've been successful in some ways in pulling this party to the left and getting the party leaders to embrace more progressive positions?
Absolutely. I mean, what does it mean to be a progressive? To me, it means you're a disruptor of an unjust status quo, that you seek to advance policies that grow as broad and as deep as the hurt. And those policies are not only sorely needed and long overdue, they are wildly popular. You take an issue like student debt. This is an issue that I was a lead negotiator in the House on. We worked in coalition, many progressives, to push for action on that. That was an issue that people really didn't understand the face of it, that they questioned if such a policy would be progressive in impact. But now, working closely with the Biden-Harris administration, we see that many people, millions of borrowers have benefited from that targeted relief, and it's been really game-changing. Or if you talk about the child tax credit, or if you talk about the mainstream push now, and even from our president for court reform. These are things that progressives have been championed that are now a part of the mainstream policy and public discourse, because these policies are sorely needed and very popular.
And yet you've got two other squad members, big progressives, who were just pushed out in their primaries, Cori Bush, Jamal Bowman. Are those outliers, or is that a sign that their districts weren't open to what they were pushing for?
Those outcomes are indicative of the Citizen United decision by the Supreme Court, and I could talk to you much longer about the ways in which the Supreme Court has been weaponized and caused harm. And it'll open the floodgates for this special interest dark money, which is really disenfranchising the electorate. So we have got to do something about this special interest dark money.
You're talking about these pro-Israel PACs that
I'm talking about dark money and special
dollars.
interest money, period. But certainly that did play a role in this race with Bowman and Corey. But these are two valued members of the Congressional Black Caucus as well that I've worked very closely with on everything from equity in our education system to criminal legal reform to reproductive freedom to environmental justice. Their mark has certainly been made in Congress, and I have no doubt that they'll continue to do that work, even though they will be doing it in a different waveform and fashion.
Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts, thanks so much for joining me this evening. Have a great convention.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Well, they may not have been tapped to be Harris's running mate, but they're still working to get her elected. What's next for those who made the VP shortlist? You're streaming America Decides. We'll have some answers when we come back.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. It is night 2. Delegates are set to ceremoniously nominate Vice President Harris as the Democratic nominee any moment now. They are gearing up, trying to stay on time. Let's bring in our political panel, Sabrina Rodriguez and Peter Hamby. Sabrina is a national politics reporter for The Washington Post. Peter is a contributing writer for Puck News, and he's the host of Good Luck America on Snapchat. Great to see both of you. Sabrina, I'll start with you. Obviously, the Democrats would love nothing more than to capture the hope and change and excitement of 2008 when Barack Obama strode out onto that stage. You've been talking to voters here. What are they hoping to hear from Barack Obama tonight?
I mean, they baseline are just excited to hear from Barack Obama. I mean, it is 20 years ago that he gave his the influential speech that showed he was a rising star at the Democratic National Convention in Boston in 2004. And that was where he really showed, his focus on hope and unity. And at a time when the country is as divided as it is, and seeing just the rhetoric that is coming from the other side, they really want to hear him talk about how there is a road forward, how there is a bright future, how they really can see, the country improving, and that happening with Kamala Harris winning the presidency.
Peter, we were expecting to cover a much different convention, I think, than the one that we are covering now. Certainly there's a lot of love in the party for Joe Biden, but there is a lot more excitement now. How is that going to translate into action once these delegates and volunteers leave this convention and go back to their states, particularly their battleground states?
Nancy, you and I are both on the 2008 campaign. It does feel like the energy, enthusiasm, and excitement among Democrats, grassroots, is real and bigger than it has been for Democrats in many cycles. But in my conversations with DNC delegates here from across the country, they could be from California, they could be from a swing state like Michigan, they could be from any place in the country. They are very, very excited, and more excited than they were when Biden was the nominee. Of course, we've heard that, but they understand that the cloud of Donald Trump winning again is still hanging over this race. It's still very close. Kamala Harris has made a lot of gains on Donald Trump. She's made up for some of Biden's deficits among certain subgroups in the electorate, but it's still a jump ball. Yes, she's up in certain key states. She's up nationally by around 4 points, but people here are saying they need to go back, work hard, knock on doors, raise money, create content for the internet. I was just on the creator stage inside. There's 200 creators here from around the country. The DNC wants to use them to reach non-traditional voters, people who aren't watching traditional news. Democrats are really trying to use every lever they can pull. No one is resting easy. One DNC member from California told me they aren't looking at this election through rose-colored glasses, he was saying, like they were back in 2016. And they kind of took it for granted and thought Hillary Clinton could beat Donald Trump. No one thinks that right now, as excited as they are.
Yeah, one of the things that's really different, Peter, from 2008 when we were covering the campaign together is the social media environment. And I keep running into influencer lounges here at the convention as they try to accommodate these social media stars who they are hoping, Sabrina, will really give them a lift in this race.
They are. I am later tonight going to a Hotties for Harris party.
You are not.
That is being hosted by some of the creators that are in this room tonight. And we just see Democrats are really leaning into that. I think, some folks of us in traditional media are like, wait, we wanted more passes and we wanted more involvement. But really, they're making a lot of space for creators to be involved, for creators to be putting content out, but also just for them to kind of get a better sense of when they're going and they're doing their TikTok videos or engaging with their audiences, what is the message they want to put out, whether that's about issues, whether that's about what about Kamala Harris's biography they want to be touting, and just kind of trying to get them more informed and plugged in so that they can help in the next 78 days get the message out.
And you've been spending some time with young lawmakers as well, who are influencers in their own right.
Yes, I've been spending time with Congressman Maxwell Frost, who will be on the stage on Thursday, but is really a hot commodity at this convention and really been speaking at delegation breakfasts. And to the point of what Peter was saying, I mean, is really driving home this point of, okay, you're here, it's a party, you're having a great time, but there is so much work that needs to happen, especially in those battleground states where it can be a matter of just a few thousand votes that determine this. And like we were saying before off camera, I mean, this is a group of people that is incredibly plugged in, but millions of Americans are just now, really tuning into this election. you know, they might not know very much about Kamala Harris. Even if she was the vice president, they don't necessarily know what she stands for. And, you know, they're going to decide this election, and they're still getting informed as we speak.
And they're a lot more energized than they were a month ago. Sabrina Rodriguez and Peter Hamby, thank you so much for your insights. And the roll call has now gotten underway. You can hear the cheers here in the convention hall. That's going to do it for me, though, for now. I'm going to see you in a bit with my colleague Nora O'Donnell, the rest of the CBS News team. You've been streaming America Decides on night 2 of the Democratic National Convention.
The Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, the proud great state of Alabama proudly cast 56 votes for the first black woman president of the United States of America.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Is it good? Mm-hmm. Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting. At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
About the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
That are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded 1-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
This week on CBS News 24/7, all-day coverage of the Democratic National Convention with special editions of America Decides and the Daily Report with John Dickerson, and followed by complete coverage from the CBS News political team live from Chicago. Stream all-day coverage this week here on CBS News 24/7.
I love the job, but I love my country more. In 2024, we need you to vote.
This November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward.
This is a CBS News special, America Decides, the Democratic National Convention. Now reporting from Chicago, Nora O'Donnell.
Good evening. It is night 2 here at the United Center. Right now, the delegates are going through what the DNC calls a celebratory roll call to nominate Kamala Harris for president. The vice president was officially nominated during a virtual process earlier this month. But let's take a listen about what's happening right here among these delegates.
Connecticut, how do you cast your vote?
Connecticut, the Constitution state, over the submarine, over the jet engine, over the Yukon Huskies slam dunk, over Keith Richards lead guitar. We vote.
Tonight we cast 73 votes and one president for the first female president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Well, you could see each state is getting their due, led by DJ Cassidy, famous for bringing together legendary artists. He also played at Barack Obama's inauguration and the 50th birthday parties of Barack and Michelle Obama. So he's here, you can see, and they're having a great time here as each state gets their moment in the sun as they lead and announce their roll call for Kamala Harris. It's also going to be a big night for Chicago locals. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth speaking tonight. And then, of course, the prime time speakers are the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, followed by former President Barack Obama. They will deliver tonight's keynote addresses. Now, interestingly, Vice President Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, they're not here tonight. They're actually in nearby Wisconsin. They're at a rally in Fiserv Forum. Hey, you're like, that sounds familiar. Why does that sound so familiar? Well, that's because that's where the Republicans were for their convention. And now that arena is going to be filled by Democratic supporters. Now, also tonight, America's first second gentleman, as they call him, Doug Emhoff. He's getting ready for his big moment. He will also take the stage later. Want to bring in our political team, CBS News Chief Political Analyst John Dickerson, Chief Election Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa. And John, this is a night where Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, as people have been described to me, you know, one of the greatest orators of all times, Michelle Obama, one of the most popular women in the world. This is a big night here.
Yeah, Democratic Party rock stars. Before we get to them, can I just say the fact that we're having this ceremonial roll call, it's extraordinary. Remember, people thought there might be a huge fight in the Democratic Party when Joe Biden stepped down. There might be an open convention. There might be contentiousness. It's so organized that even the nominee's not even here, and this is all ceremonial because it's already locked up and taken care of. That gives you a sense of, while there's some disorganization, how organized things are. To the Obamas, Barack Obama is a character witness because Kamala Harris worked on his 2008 campaign, but also he can frame a debate or an issue better than almost anyone. So you match star power with the ability to frame the campaign, and that's what his real possible gift to the nominee is tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it will be fascinating to hear Barack Obama. I mean, there really isn't anybody better in terms of giving a speech out there because, as you put it, not only does he usually deliver this soaring rhetoric, but he can deliver a searing attack on Donald Trump like nobody else.
That's right. He can go high and low. And so now he can also go long. So that's his challenge tonight.
Well, we're used to the going long after last night, where it stretched into the morning, the evening's events. Robert Costa, I know that you spoke with former President Donald Trump, who is in the state of Michigan today. How do the Republicans see their side of this?
They know that former President Obama carries a lot of political weight. They'll be watching this closely on the Republican side. It was 20 years ago that then State Senator Barack Obama had that moment at the 2004 convention talking about there's not a red or blue America or Republican or Democrat. He was able to make inroads with traditional Republican centrist voters, built a really sprawling coalition that won him the White House twice in 2008 and in 2012, all fueled by that 2004 speech. Republicans are trying to make their own inroads with Democratic constituencies like organized labor. Former President Trump told me just about an hour ago that he's in Michigan today because he believes if he focuses on crime, on immigration and border security, and he really makes a connection with people who are in labor unions, that he can win Michigan. I asked him, are you going to watch former President Obama? What do you make about the Obamas? What do you think about President Obama. He said, Bob, I don't think much about it. He said, this is life. Things are going to happen. They're going to do their thing. But he just said it doesn't carry much political impact.
Let's go now to the floor because we got Little John on the floor. Turn down for what he's saying. And let's go now to CBS Morning's co-host, Tony DeCopel. He's there. Wow.
Nora, what can I tell you? Little John is performing right now. This place is popping off in a big way.
Let's listen.
Yeah, let's listen in.
Mr. Secretary, the South's got something to say. I'm Congresswoman Nikema Williams, chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Georgia. Georgia, the home of President Jimmy Carter, the cradle of the civil rights movement, where we fight for our freedom. Extremists in Georgia are trying to silence our voices by kicking Georgians off of the rolls and making it harder to vote. But y'all, when we send Kamala Harris to the White House, she'll fight for our freedom to vote, our reproductive freedoms, and our freedom to thrive. In the spirit of good trouble, Georgia cast 123 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
And Lil John from Georgia there, and you can see the delegation. That'll be a close contest. Of course, Barack Obama winning that state by just barely some 12,000 votes. And as Raphael Warnock, hi there, Tony DeCopel, you heard Senator Warnock last night say the road to the White House goes through Georgia, so an important state there.
Yeah.
What's it like there on the floor?
Yeah, it's an important state, Georgia, and it's one where Kamala Harris needs to make up some ground. They are making up some energy deficit from last night to tonight. Things are way, way louder and more energetic, and I have to say, parties are common at conventions, usually on the outskirts. Tonight, it's very much inside. Roll call bringing out the spirits of the Democratic Party. They're making use of LED light technology. Everything is bright. Everything is noisy. And I've got April here and Tim of the Illinois delegation. Their time in the spotlight has come up in a moment. Help me summarize, April, the feeling in the room for our folks at home.
It's a party here. It's a refreshing. It's just a change of pace. Everyone's happy to be here. It's politics. It's the best of politics right now. And it's bringing back that hope that we felt with the Obama campaign, but thinking towards the future. So, yeah.
Tim, what are you feeling tonight?
Feeling hope. I'm feeling energy. I feel like anybody, anywhere could be, this symbolizes that anyone, anywhere in America can become any office, can elect any position, go to any responsibility they want to be. So
what are you hoping for from Barack Obama's address later tonight, the keynote, April?
I'm excited to see him kind of tie together the vision that his campaign had with what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are looking to do in the future. I'm excited to see them building a better America and taking us out of the past and this nasty kind of political environment we've been in and moving forward, building a future that's hopeful, you know?
April, Tim, thank you very much. Guys, this is about as close to a dance floor as I've found myself in the last decade, so it is definitely a party down here. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Tony DeCopel, and want to see you make your way over to that VIP section tonight where some of the family members will be. Thank you, Tony. Senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe is also on the convention floor. And Ed, what are you learning tonight?
Nora, I never thought I'd be standing mid-court at the United Center with Amy Klobuchar wearing flair. But all the delegates are wearing these lit-up bracelets tonight. They're radio-operated, and as Jared will show you around the room, they're kind of lighting up all over the place. It's another piece of flair, basically, that they've given you guys.
Well, and who said that there's no excitement with this roll call, man? We are lit up. We are ready to go, and there just couldn't be more exciting in the center today.
You've been holding on to that joke all day, haven't you?
Yeah, you know, Minnesota and California pass because of the vice president and the president, and they'll go at the end, a little tip.
So Georgia had Little John. What does Minnesota have?
We're keeping it secret. You might see a Minnesota Viking making an appearance.
Okay, all right. What do you make of this? We were just talking about that, a few weeks ago, there was a real threat you guys would show up and this roll call would have been a mess. And now, a month later, it's a rather well-organized, quite energetic affair.
Well, I will say that in just 30 days, Kamala Harris has united our party since the nomination, raised over $300 million, picked a vice president, and is surging in the swing states and filling up arenas. That shows leadership.
By the way, Nora, as we toss it back to you, a campaign aide tells me that in her remarks tonight in Milwaukee, she's going to seize on what Donald Trump told our Caitlin Huey-Burns yesterday regarding Roe versus Wade, when he said that he had no regrets overturning or essentially nominating Supreme Court justices that would help overturn abortion precedent. So expect to see the campaign seize on what he told CBS News, put it into advertising, and become a big part of her stump speech, Nora.
Ed O'Keefe with Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Another look at your...
Thank you very much for joining us. And you just heard Ed O'Keefe talk about that. This convention is united behind Kamala Harris. Today, there's a lot more excitement. It's almost like a Taylor Swift concert, the way they've got their wristbands lighting up. The music is playing, and they're expecting to hear from the Obamas tonight. But we will hear from Kamala Harris. It's just she's not going to be here in the United Center. Although I had to just stop for a second because you can hear the Chicago Bulls music right now. This is where they play. This is the house that Jordan built. And now they hope that it's the party of Kamala Harris.
I mean, this is so thoroughly Kamala Harris's night. I mean, it was last night too, but there was a little bit of the sitting president, and this is just such a beginning of a strong beginning for the next 3 days of celebrating that nominee.
But just having one party is not enough for the Democrats. They're having two parties tonight. The other party is in Wisconsin, and that's where senior White House correspondent Weijia Zhang is tonight. She is traveling with the vice president because there's another large rally there. Weijia, tell us about where you are and what's the strategy.
Nora, we might be 90 miles away from you in Chicago, but the electricity and the energy that you guys are talking about, we can feel it in this room at the forum right here in Milwaukee, and those bracelets are shining bright here as well. As you mentioned a little bit earlier, this is the very arena where former President Trump accepted the Republican nomination last month. And in a rare move, the vice president decided to have a campaign rally here tonight because, remember, she has had such a truncated opportunity to have these sort of campaign events and connect with voters. And so she does not want to waste any time, we are told, by her age. She wanted to have this chance, and she does not want to take Wisconsin for granted. Joe Biden won in 2020 by just over 20,000 votes. We know that in 2016, then Secretary Hillary Clinton did not come to this state, and she ended up losing. So this will be the vice president's third visit to Wisconsin since she became the presidential nominee. And Nora, I just confirmed from our sources that you will actually be hearing from her tonight, because when she takes the stage behind me here in Milwaukee, it will be live streamed to the DNC in Chicago. So she will have the opportunity to address not one, but two massive crowds. And I can tell you this one is fired up and ready to hear from the vice president. Nora?
Weijia Zhang, fascinating to hear from you there in Milwaukee. And extraordinary that the Democratic Party filling these two big arenas tonight, these big parties. And as Weijia just reporting, what's happening in Wisconsin is going to be streamed in here to Illinois.
Well, just a moment ago, you had the Hollywood actor Sean Astin represent the Indiana Democratic delegation with Mike Shmuel, the chairman of the Indiana Democratic Party. He ran Pete Buttigieg's campaign for president. That actor, Sean Astin, most famous for his movie Rudy, about the University of Notre Dame. So you thought you may have heard boos in
Lord
the crowd?
of Rings. Yes. I don't know, Lord of Rings.
Some of us
I went to Notre Dame, so am I.
Samwise Gamgee is closer to some of our hearts.
Not everyone's UVA. Some of us are Notre Dame. But they were chanting, Rudy, Rudy. And I thought they were booing, but it was Rudy, Rudy.
Okay.
Extraordinary moment here, no doubt. Let's listen in to part of this roll call, because it really is an opportunity, as you pointed out, where we're hearing from Hollywood actors, incredible artists like Lil Jon and more. So Let's listen now to and hear from the great state of Kentucky, and I think we'll hear from the governor.
The Commonwealth of Kentucky. How do you cast your vote?
Since 2021, the Biden-Harris administration has shown up for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and today we're showing up for Vice President Harris. With this administration, we've broken every record for private sector investment, exports, tourism, wages, and new jobs. Together, we're building the 2 largest battery plants on planet Earth, and we opened the cleanest, greenest recycled paper mill the world has ever seen. We are proud to cast 56 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Louisiana, how do you cast your votes?
Greetings from Louisiana. Mr. Secretary, my name is Wendell Pierce, and I'm a proud son of Louisiana. And Louisiana is about family, and I'm surrounded by my family of the delegates of Louisiana. And our great Congressman, Troy Carter.
Louisiana casts its votes in support of our democracy, and we stand in line for a more perfect union.
And born out of that democracy from the Big Easy, the northernmost Caribbean city, the last Bohemia was jazz. And nothing can be more emblematic of jazz and democracy than what we swing with in the Big Easy. And it's because of that that I am here to cast my personal vote for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. And now, the leader of our party, Mr. Randall Gaines.
The great state of Louisiana, a state that embodies the principles and spirit of hope and resilience, and so does Kamala Harris. The great state of Louisiana casts its 1 vote present, and our 47 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway there. Are you ready? Here we go, here we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Next up is Maine. Maine, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Chair, great state of Maine, home of environmental climate activists and champions like Edmund S. Muskie and George Mitchell. Happy birthday today, George. The state where the sun rises first on the nation over our bold and rocky coast, bringing with it today a new day for the brave and open-hearted people of this country. We have improved lives, restored rights, and preserved our environment in Maine for future generations. Maine leads, and as Maine goes, so will go the nation.
Maine proudly cast 30 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Maryland, how do you cast your vote?
We are Maryland! And we represent Marylanders past and present who have contributed to America's greatness. We are the birthplace of Harriet Tubman. We are the birthplace of Thurgood Marshall. We are the birthplace of Frederick Douglass.
We are the place where soldiers defended our freedoms in Baltimore and also in Antietam, and the home of thousands of veterans who call Maryland home. And this community of patriots is proud to cast our votes for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts. How do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the people of Massachusetts know something about making history. The first Thanksgiving in Plymouth, the first public school, the first public library where we don't ban books. Health care for all, and the first shots fired in our revolution. And we are proud, as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to make history once again. Mr. Secretary, Massachusetts counts 116 votes, all of our votes, for Kamala D. Harris for the office of President of the United States.
Michigan. How do you cast your votes?
Good evening from the Great Lakes State. I'm Michigan Democratic Party Chair Lavora Barnes. Michigan has an incredible story. We put the world on wheels and we built the middle class.
We are getting things done in Michigan in 2022. We flipped our state House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years. We're getting it done in Michigan.
And I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. We cut taxes. We protected freedoms. We brought manufacturing home, and we know how to win. This November, we're working together. Michigan cast three president
25 votes for
our next president, Kamala Harris.
Minnesota. How do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, home of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Vice President Walter Mondale, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
And we're just listening to the ceremonial roll call that is underway. And DJ Cassidy, you just heard Prince, as Minnesota was giving, and they've had, some of the most Eminem from Michigan, for example. So sort of it's a celebratory mood here inside.
And they've turned it into Hollywood Squares too, because you've got these actors and other famous people at various places, which keeps people perhaps tuned in to what is otherwise usually a deadly boring thing.
Right. Absolutely. Well, I want to bring in CBS News political contributor Ashley Etienne. She is the former communications director for Vice President Harris. And Ashley, so good to see you. I know everybody's having a good time down there on the floor and in a lot of anticipation of what the Obamas will say tonight. What do you know about what their message will be? And do you expect them to campaign heavily for Vice President Harris?
Yeah, the Obamas are, one of the party's most effective validators. They have a unique way, both President Obama and Michelle Obama, of really delivering a message and connecting to people, taking a really complicated, confusing issue and making it plain make very plain speak. So tonight, the expectation is that the Obamas will really start to, again, continue to add to the layers that folks don't yet know about the vice president. They're going to peel back some of those layers, going all the way back to the beginnings of the relationship when she was the Attorney General in California. So that's what they're going to focus on, which is telling parts of her biography that people yet don't know. But also, we can expect that President Obama will really draw the contrast. You had President Trump that was rallying today in Michigan in a town that was neo-Nazis were chanting, "We love Hitler, we love Trump." So they're going to play off of that to continue to draw this contrast, that we don't want to go backwards. We want to go forward as a nation, that what Trump represents, Trump's America is not who we are as America, and that we have a choice in this election. So Barack Obama and Michelle Obama are going to lay out that choice.
Ashley Etienne, thank you so much. Also nearby Ashley is CBS's Adriana Diaz at the podium, and that is near the main stage, where we're also going to hear from Doug Emhoff. He is the husband of the vice president. He's known as the second gentleman. It's so unusual just to even say it, even though he's been second gentleman he may be the first gentleman soon enough if she is elected. And Adriana, tell us what you see from there. And what are you hearing about what Doug Emhoff will say about his wife, the vice president, tonight?
Well, Nora, Doug Emhoff, as you said, the second gentleman, hoping to be the first gentleman, is one of the most anticipated speakers tonight. A source close with him tells me that he's been preparing with his family, and what we expect to hear from him is he's going to talk about Harris as the person. That's what spouses do at these conventions. They humanize the candidate. He's going to talk about what he's been talking about out on the campaign trail, those candid and cute moments between them. We've heard them on the trail, him calling her honey, her calling him Dougie. And tonight he's going to talk about how she is ready for this moment, how she is someone who rises to the occasion, and how she embodies both joy and toughness. Joy is a word that we've heard used a lot when describing this campaign, especially since she was designated the candidate. And tonight he will be introduced by his son Cole, who can also talk about Harris as a family member. As we know, J.D. Vance is someone who has attacked Harris as someone who is not necessarily family-oriented, who doesn't have children of her own. But of course, she has stepchildren. She has a niece who she considers a daughter. Emhoff's son Cole has talked in the past about watching them fall in love, acting like teenagers. Harris teaching Doug to cook, and how she is an essential member of their family. Nora?
Adriana Diaz in that prime location tonight. I know we'll check back in with you. Thanks for that new information about what we'll hear from Doug Emhoff tonight. Let's go back to the floor and CBS Morning's Tony DeCopel. And Tony, I understand you have a special guest with you.
I do have a special guest, Nora. North Carolina is one of those battleground states that Democrats are hoping to flip into the blue column. If they can do so, it would be the first time since Obama in 2008. And on that subject, right over here, I have Governor Roy Cooper with me to talk about what it's going to take. But first, Governor, you were here Monday night. Now you're here for night two. What do you make of the atmosphere so far?
There's a sense of real excitement and unity of purpose here because we know we're at an historic moment. And I believe that when we have a president like Kamala Harris who looks out for working families while Donald Trump rips them off, we know that we have to win this race. North Carolina is going to be a real key here. And we have volunteers who are signing up. We had 12,000 volunteers in the past couple of weeks. 90% of them were first-time volunteers. So we know that it is time now in North Carolina that we can win this race. Because if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina, she is the next president of the United States.
That may be true. In the latest CBS News Battleground poll, North Carolina is a 2-point deficit for Kamala Harris. Now, that's within the margin of error. It's effectively tied. What is the closing argument in these days of the campaign to your residents of your state that the Democrats and Kamala Harris have their number?
So she understands everyday working people. She knows that people are facing high costs at the grocery store, struggling to pay for child care. And even though the United States has the greatest economy in the world, people are still struggling with the cost of living. So what she has put forth, she came to North Carolina last Friday and presented her economic plan that is going to reinstall the child care tax credit. It's going to work on more affordable housing for people. I think this is going to be a real selling point in addition to her protection of women's reproductive freedom and all of those issues that we think are going to bring people to the polls.
Now, Governor, you've got a unique political setup in the state of North Carolina where the lieutenant governor is a member of the opposing party, Republican Governor, or Lieutenant Governor Robinson. You've called him one of the most extreme players in the Republican Party. Donald Trump has called him Martin Luther King Jr. on steroids, his characterization. What does that lieutenant governor and your fight there in North Carolina say about the broader politics of this country?
Well, we know that the Republican Party is nominating more and more extreme candidates. Josh Stein is our candidate for governor. He must win. He cares about working people. Mark Robinson says that men should lead and not women, and that he believes in stopping abortion even with no exception. He's called members of the LGBTQ plus community filth. He's engaged in violent speech. We can't have someone like that elected as governor of North Carolina. It would be devastating for our economy, for our public schools, for our health care. I think this is not only going to be a top-down race with the presidential race affecting the state races are going to help Kamala Harris, and it will be a ground-up push as well. And I think all of that's going to come together. We have a real chance to have success in North Carolina in this election cycle.
All right, Governor, thank you very much. And thank you to these delegates from California for letting a Floridian and a Tar Heel into their midst for a conversation. Nora, I'll send it back to you.
Tony DeCopel, thank you. Such an important conversation because when we look at the contours of this presidential race, there are 7 battleground states that we are watching very closely. In the last election, Joe Biden won 6 of those 7 battleground states. The one state that he lost to Donald Trump, North Carolina. It's a tough one. The last Democrat to win North Carolina was Barack Obama by, I believe, just about 12,000 votes, if my memory serves me, back in 2008. But a lot of young people moving into that state. The state has been changing, but it's as even the Biden-Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley-Dillon, said, it's an expensive state to campaign in. It is probably the one that is hardest for her to win in November. All right, lots to talk about, lots of special guests ahead and some speakers coming up. We'll check in on the state of the race and the Democratic Party with our own Anthony Salvanto. He'll talk more about that CBS News polling that I was just referencing. We'll be right back.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That Desired Farm is a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
to keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Democratic Convention here in Chicago. And the ceremonial roll call is happening right now. Excited delegates on the floor. A big night with the Obamas set to address the crowd and the nation, and you'll see it on CBS News. We should also note that there are these 2 big Democratic events that are happening at the same time. On the left, you can see Vice Presidential candidate Walz is speaking at a massive rally at the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee. On the right is here in Chicago, the Democratic National Convention. We're talking about tens of thousands of people on this night rallying behind the Democratic ticket. Want to bring in our CBS News Elections and Surveys Executive Director, Anthony Salvanto. And Anthony, you have new polling results. What does that tell us about the themes the Democrats are pressing tonight?
Good evening, Nora. You know, we've been asking this question for a while. Do you think America's best days are in its future or in its past? It's not about optimism. It's about where you draw inspiration. Well, here's how it breaks for the themes the Democrats are pushing tonight. They're talking a lot about the future. Well, look at these partisan differences. 70% of Democrats say America's best days in its future, but 60% of Republicans say those best days are in the past. And maybe that dovetails with the Republican message, the Trump message, make America great again, which implies it was, but isn't necessarily now. So that's all echoing the campaign. But I do want to add this. Some of the guest speakers tonight, former Democratic presidents, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton. Well, look at this. The last presidents to leave office with above and positive approval ratings, Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. And that's maybe why they can put them in prime time, because they're still kind of popular. Nora, I lost you there for a minute, but if I'm still talking to folks.
Hi, Anthony. I was just saying we've got a big live event going on right here, because my apologies, because we've got Governor Walz speaking right now. It's hard to hear with this crowd, the event going on. I said, let's go cover this live event.
Go for it.
In Wisconsin, do we have Governor Walz? I'm not, I guess he is done. Let's go now to the floor here in Chicago.
Kamala Harris. Viva Marianas! Viva Harris Walz! Republicans know how to make history. We put a man on the moon, and we are the founding home of the AFL-CIO. We enshrined abortion rights in our state constitution by 13 points, and we are going to send Sherrod Brown back to the U.S. Senate. As the first woman to lead Ohio Democrats, I am proud to cast our ballots for the first woman to be president of the United States. Mr. Secretary, we cast 1 vote present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oklahoma, how do you cast your vote?
Hello from Oklahoma, where we fight for the future for all Oklahomans can be proud of. The future where working families thrive, our diversity is our strength, and our values like freedom, equality, and opportunity puts us ahead and makes Oklahoma proud. We cast our 36 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oregon, how do you cast your vote?
From the first state in the nation to hold a presidential election with all mail-in voting, Oregon is proud to protect voting rights in America.
And Haley, from the heart of the beautiful Pacific Northwest, Oregon protects our planet and fights for LGBTQ equality.
And we are following the ceremonial roll call vote underway here. At some point, the vice president's home state will put her over the top, and we may actually hear from Vice President Kamala Harris, who is holding an event in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So we're going to continue to watch that very closely. We're watching a lot of different events tonight. There's a lot going on. A very big celebration. And joining us here to talk about all of it is Pete Buttigieg. He serves as the Secretary of Transportation, but you're here in your capacity as a Democrat. So we're going to call you Mayor Pete tonight.
Very good. Thank you.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you and nice to have you here. What are you expecting to hear from former President Obama tonight?
Well, I think he's going to be powerful in helping to make that case for Kamala Harris in a style that is unique to him, but something that I think will remind us of why it felt good to be involved in politics and to be Democrats during the Obama campaign and the Obama presidency. Look, I'm a policy guy. I care a lot about policy details, but there is a lot to be said to the vibe being different, too. The fact that there's just an energy right now of hope, of optimism, of growth that is distinct, but certainly reminds us in certain ways of the energy that arose around the Obama campaign and could not be more different from the darkness and I would argue backward-looking style as well as substance of the Trump-Vance campaign in today's Republican Party.
Has there been enough focus on policy? Our own CBS News poll over the weekend showed a third of voters are not sure what Kamala Harris stands for.
I think that the more we communicate about policy, the better for us. The fact that the biggest scandal, the most debilitating scandal that the Republican Party has experienced so far this year is Project 2025, which is nothing but a write-up of the Republican policy agenda, tells you how profoundly unpopular their issues are. Now, I don't expect everybody to go reading through that 900-page document, and we also don't expect people to just automatically understand the Harris-Walz policy. She's going to be out there communicating that this convention's a great chance to do that, and the whole balance of this campaign. I think she'll remind Americans about why it would be better for everyday life not to go with Trump tax cuts for the rich, but her approach to give the middle class a break. Not to go back to policies like the destruction of the right to choose that Donald Trump brought upon this country, but actually supporting women's reproductive freedom on issue after issue after issue. The good news is most Americans already agree with us, but she will be the first to acknowledge that just because folks agree with you doesn't mean you win unless you do the work.
Donald Trump was in Michigan today. I know you know that state well. And he was talking about the issue of crime. And he said, I don't understand why suburban women aren't for me. I just want to play for you what he said today about crime and get your reaction on the other side. Let's listen.
You can't walk across the street to get a loaf of bread. You get shot, you get mugged, you get raped, you get whatever it may be. And you've seen it, and I've seen it, and it's time for a change.
He said you walk across the street and you get mugged, you get raped, you get shot. What is crime rising across America? What is the Democratic Party doing when it comes to crime?
Well, first of all, I don't think Donald Trump has a concept of what it is like to purchase groceries. Otherwise, he wouldn't describe walking across the street to get a loaf of bread in the terms that he did. I don't know the last time he walked across the street or bought a loaf of bread, but that's something I have done from time to time in Michigan. And one thing that's profoundly ironic is for him to say that in Michigan when crime in Michigan went down after he got beat and when Biden-Harris administration came in. So the question I would ask Michiganders is, why would you want to go back to the higher crime rates that they experienced under Donald Trump?
The other issue, since I know you're a policy guy, so that's where we're talking policy, Donald Trump just did an interview yesterday with our own Caitlin Huey-Burns, where she asked him again about appointing 3 Supreme Court justices that moved to overturn Roe versus Wade. He said no regrets. We understand tonight that Vice President Kamala Harris in her remarks in Wisconsin will reference his remarks again that the president says he has no regrets about overturning the ability for women and their reproductive rights.
Yeah, Donald Trump, at the end of the day, is proud of the fact that he demolished the right to choose in this country. It's one of, as far as I can tell, only 2 major campaign promises that he actually kept. He didn't keep most of his promises. He didn't keep his promise about the infrastructure bill, said he'd do it, failed to do it. He didn't keep his promises about economic growth. He breaks most of his promises. So the ones he keeps are the ones that tell you who he is and what he's about. And he kept 2. Demolishing the right to choose and cutting taxes for the rich. And I think that's a pretty good preview of what to expect if he were to return to power.
Who was it who said last night Donald Trump promised an infrastructure week and we're going to give you an infrastructure decade?
Yeah, President Biden talked about that, and it's true. Look, I'll admit, back when I was mayor, this is one of the few issues I have to admit that I was actually fooled by Donald Trump on. I thought he would do an infrastructure bill. It was good politics. Democrats and Republicans wanted it. Why wouldn't you do it? And yet even that the vast majority of Americans supported and that he had specifically said he would do, he failed.
Well, Mayor Pete, as I'm calling you, former mayor, thank you so much for being here. I know you're serving in a cabinet position in Washington now, but here in a different capacity. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Great speaking with you.
And ahead, we're going to have the end of the ceremonial roll call. We'll be right back.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Democratic Convention here in Chicago. Night 2 already underway with a ceremonial roll call and excitement building as we are expected to hear from Barack and Michelle Obama tonight. Want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes. And Nancy, what are we expected to hear from the former president tonight?
Well, he has known Kamala Harris for 20 years. She was one of the very earliest supporters of his campaign in 2008, back at a time when most people assumed that Hillary Clinton would be the nominee. So he has a long history with her, and he has an opportunity to introduce the country to her in a new way. Our CBS News polling shows that about a third of Americans still don't really know what she stands for. They need to know more. He can fill in some of those gaps. He can also cast her as, you know, sort of a natural progression from the glass ceilings that he broke as the first president of color, and sort of the heir of his legacy. If he wants to. Will he do that? We don't know. We haven't been clued in on a lot of what he plans to say. But between him and the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, they have a chance to really introduce her in more personal terms than we heard the President of the United States do last night.
It's interesting, of course, the magic of 2008 was all centered around hope and change. And you've heard, whether it's North Carolina's governor or others saying, oh, I have this 2008 feeling about this candidacy.
This is different than 2008. What makes this so different politically is that in 2008, Senator Obama beat Secretary Clinton in an extended, brutal primary. And he earned that political capital inside the Democratic Party. He came from nowhere to become somebody. He won the nomination. Nobody thought he would win. So he emerged as the nominee, battle-scarred. And in politics, that's invaluable. Mm-hmm. She comes in with so much goodwill, and the Democrats want to be unified at this moment. But she didn't fight a primary. So many voters here are still getting to know her. So there's goodwill, but there's still a lot of to-be-determined aspects of this campaign.
Well, it's a really important point that you make, because as veterans of campaigns, Barack Obama learned a lot slugging it out with someone as skilled as Hillary Clinton, someone who had been First Lady, who'd served in the White House, had been married to Bill Clinton, one of the best retail campaigners everywhere. They both became better on the stump. tougher. And Kamala Harris is not. She's not done any press conferences as a candidate. It's only been a month. She's not done a major interview. So there's still a lot to be had out on the campaign trail. She's been very practiced out there. She's been delivering 25 minutes of remarks, and they've been tight. They've been popular. She's filled arenas, but she's not been in the rough and tumble of a debate or anything. So that's why there's still much more to come in this campaign.
One of the next tests for her will be when she has her first mistake. No campaign runs on rails until Election Day. And so how do you react? Because when you make a mistake, you get thousands of people giving you advice, and you have to decide to ignore a lot of them and trust your instincts. But if your instincts are being built on the fly, that's hard to do. But one of the things that interests me is we talk about what does it mean to define Kamala Harris? What do voters need to feel sufficiently good about her to vote? And that has something to do with Donald Trump, too. In other words, does she need to be merely acceptable when the alternative is someone that the polls show most voters have a strong dislike of? So does she have to cross the same bar that another kind of candidate would? And what does that bar look like? Do they need to know what her policies are, what her personal, favorite flavor of ice cream is? And the Obamas help with that, because when people compare her to them, it conveys, well, she must be sort of like them. And that's not a bad thing. The late Gwen Ifill said in 2009, said that Kamala Harris was the female Barack Obama. If you're a politician, that's not a bad thing to have said about you. And if she can get that said about her, that may be enough for some voters who only need a little when the alternative is Donald Trump.
And she's been watching President Obama for a long time. I was talking to some of her friends in San Francisco, and they said she got to meet Obama back in 2004 when he was running for the Senate and fundraising out in San Francisco. One of the most interesting things about her, I've heard in the last couple of days, when Jamie Harrison, the party chair, came by here, he said there was talk among her confidants about moving her acceptance speech to Soldier Field down the street to make it a big moment. That reveals her ambition. She doesn't just want to check the boxes on policy and the coalitions. She clearly, based on that reporting and his conversation with you, she wants to go big.
And Nora, one of the interesting things about covering Kamala Harris since her days in the Senate is that she's always been preparing for the next thing. She's always known that she was going to climb the ladder. When she was Attorney General in California, she had her eye on the Senate seat. When she was in the Senate, she obviously had her eye on the White House. And so she's always been quite cautious because she didn't want to make a misstep. When she was a senator, I know Bob remembers this as well, she was very rarely available to reporters to talk in the halls. We all crowded around all of those senators in the halls. She avoided us because she didn't want to say something that would come back to haunt her when she eventually ran for president. The problem with that is you don't get your reps. You don't make those mistakes at a smaller stage. You don't learn from those mistakes in the same way.
What was so interesting about her in the Senate is she was so controlled with reporters. But if you talk to her Senate Democratic colleagues, she had what we would call, I guess, a sharp tongue about some of her colleagues in the Senate privately. I mean, she has a real perspective on how people are in politics. But you're right. If you went up to her in the hallway in the Senate, controlled, disciplined politician. But behind the scenes, she watches it all.
That's not unlike how Barack Obama was.
Let me
in the Senate, yeah.
Let me grab the Senate analogy and you can shoot this down. But where did she make her name in the Senate? In those practice moments as a prosecutor in the hearings. What are we about to come upon that is like that? The debates. So if there are stumbles, she has the opportunity to play in the debate where her skills honed over her career and her practice nature is probably placed to her advantage in that instance.
Although, as Hillary Clinton can tell you, debating Donald Trump is different than any other type of debate, and you don't necessarily get judged on the same metrics because you're dealing with someone who is so unpredictable.
Let's bring in our own CBS's Ed O'Keefe because he is on the convention floor. And Ed, are you near the California delegation that will put the vice president over the top?
We are, Nora, and as we work our way through the alphabet, let's see, we just got done with Washington State. We're going to West Virginia. California, of course, early in the alphabet, they had took a pass, because the goal here tonight is to have them put Vice President Harris, Bay Area native, over the top. In essence, give her the delegates needed. And usually, traditionally, what happens is the home state of the nominee gets to do that. So the biggest state here at the taking up the most amount of real estate on the floor is waiting patiently to do so. We're anticipating it's going to be the governor, Gavin Newsom, who will come down here in a few minutes to do the honors. And I'm standing here with a first-time delegate, David, right?
Yes.
And what part of the state are you from?
So I'm from Los Angeles. I live in Venice Beach. I'm so excited to be here and representing so many of the youth who are excited to have Kamala Harris as their next president.
Did you ever think you'd come to Chicago to see Lil Jon on the floor of the United Center?
I mean, honestly, I'd be honored. You throw in a little, anybody, I'm here for it. I think this is fantastic. We're excited for so many of the musical acts that are going to be coming on in. I mean, might as well throw in Chief Keef at this point. It would be fantastic, and I think a party for everybody.
What did her becoming a nominee do to sort of change the mood among California Democrats and among younger voters like yourself?
Well, we love Kamala Harris. We know her. We've elected her consistently for several years, and she's fought for us. And that's why we're ready to fight for her.
And did I hear you say earlier that your sort of political activism began during the Obama years?
Yeah, so the first campaign I ever worked on was with the Obama campaign in 2008. I was fortunate enough to work in Ohio in 2012 and have stayed involved with the party ever since then, working for progressive causes, because this is the only party that fights for the working people.
I mean, one of the interesting or the unique sort of connections between Harris and Obama is that she too was a volunteer for him when he ran back in early 2008. She was in Iowa campaigning for him in the caucuses. So like you, was out there for him. It's just that she's now going to be running for president, perhaps.
She's one of us consistently. We're so excited to support her with every single step of the way. And I'm very excited to see California truly have a part in this convention.
Okay, so we're up to Wisconsin, Nora. We'll get to the end of the alphabet. We're expecting Minnesota and California to do the honors, and then we'll see where things go from there. Back to you.
Ed, thank you so much. And we can also see the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, getting near the microphone. So we're going to listen in now to what's happening on the floor.
The Badgers. We're home of the Milwaukee Brewers. And the Milwaukee Bucks, as well as U.S. Senator, our best U.S. Senator, Tammy Baldwin. And our great Congressional folks, Gwen Moore and Mark Pocan. I'm here because I'm jazzed as hell to announce that Wisconsin passed one vote present and 94 votes who are we at? Got me going here. Former Wisconsinite, former state, oh my God. I love you, Jody! We love you, Jody! 94 votes for. I'll get there, Jason, I'll get there. 94 votes for former Wisconsinite, Vice President, and our next President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Wyoming, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, delegates, my name's Joe Barbudo, and these folks around me, we are honored to be representing the great state of Wyoming. Both the first state and territory in this nation to recognize a woman's right to vote, and the state that 100 years ago elected Democrat Nellie Taylor Ross, our nation's first female governor. With that legacy in mind and heart, the Equality State cast all of our votes for the woman who will be the first woman president of the United States. Say it with me now, Kamala Harris!
All right, good job.
The great state of Minnesota, how do you cast your vote?
Hello, Minnesota! My name is Hans Storbeck, and Tim Walls was my neighbor, coach, and favorite teacher. We were excited to go to his classroom every day. And if you've ever been in high school, you know that can be rare. He opened our eyes to the world. He taught us how to talk about global issues with respect, curiosity, and kindness, even and especially when we disagreed. But he wasn't just a great teacher. He was also a great neighbor and friend. In fact, when he was in the midst of a budget battle as governor of our state, he still found time to attend my brother's funeral. Mr. Walz means the world to my family. He's always been there for us, and that's how I know he'll always be there for you as vice president.
Thank you, Hans. Minnesota, let me hear you. There you go. 14 years in the National Football League taught me a lot about leadership. A good leader cannot be selfish. He has to look out for his team. Coach Walsh is unselfish as they come. He has led Minnesota with honesty and integrity. And in November, Minnesota is going to send Tim Walz and Kamala Harris to the White House. Let's go!
I'm Amy Klobuchar, the senator from the great state of Minnesota, where nearly everyone votes and purple reigns.
And I'm Tina Smith from the great state of Minnesota, the home of the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. Minnesota, we cast 10 votes present, and we deliver 81 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
The great state of California. How do you cast your vote?
My name's Governor Gavin Newsom from the great state of Nancy Pelosi. I come from a state like our nation of dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. And we pride ourselves on our ability to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. But the thing we pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first. And Democrats, I've had the privilege for over 20 years to see that future taking shape with a star in Alameda courtroom by the name of Kamala Harris. I saw that star fighting for criminal justice, racial justice, economic justice, social justice. I saw that star get even brighter as Attorney General of California, as a United States Senator, and as Vice President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris has always done the right thing. A champion for voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights for women and girls. So Democrats and independents, it's time for us to do the right thing, and that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next president, Kamala Harris.
Thank you to everyone who participated in our celebratory roll call. Delegates, please know how critical you are to this process, both now And earlier this month, when we conducted
And the ceremonial roll call has concluded, and it's been quite a party underway, as we have shared with you. And now we are likely to hear from the vice president, who's not here, but she's actually in the nearby state of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, along with her vice presidential nominee, the governor, Tim Walz. We've got live pictures there. And let's listen in now to Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
August 22nd. But now, a special surprise. It's my pleasure to introduce our party's official nominee for President of the United States, live from my home state of Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Chicago. The delegates at the Democratic National Convention, well, they just completed their roll call. And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America. Thank everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
Please welcome TV personality, loud and proud Latina, Ana Navarro.
And there you see Vice President Kamala Harris, along with her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, in a packed Fiserv Arena in Milwaukee, where the Republicans held their own convention. We're told that that arena in Milwaukee is filled to capacity, which fits some 18,000 people, which will no doubt bring about, once again, comparisons of crowd size.
Crucial state.
Yeah.
I mean, Michigan, Pennsylvania get a lot of talk, but if you're not going to win Wisconsin, it's hard to see. I remember driving around in the Milwaukee suburbs in the final days of the 2016 campaign, and the Democrats just didn't have the enthusiasm. That was one of the key states for Clinton, and she ended up not winning. And so for her to be there makes a lot of sense. It's an hour to the north. It's easy to get to, but it's a must-win.
And also, what is the tableau that everybody is seeing? When they're, again, we've been talking about how defined is the vice president. What people are seeing is thousands and thousands of people. Sure, you'd expect them at a convention, and of course you'd expect them at a rally, but it conveys, a lot of people seem to like her. And that's useful when you're not a defined candidate.
And by the way, Nora, this is a kind of a flex, because this is the same arena where the Republicans held their nominating process, their convention, a month ago in Milwaukee. Now, basically, you've got the Democratic nominee saying, you know what, I can fill my own arena and I'll fill yours as well on the same night.
That is a call to flex. No doubt, indeed. But part of course, in any good campaign is building the excitement. And the Harris-Walz campaign has been making the case that they have tens of thousands of new volunteers. They're putting out new numbers that they've raised over $300 million for the campaign in just a short month. So they'll have the resources that they need. It's whether ultimately the voters want to back the Harris-Walz campaign based on the policy proposals.
Sure, and that's where the fight in the end, the next stage of this campaign will come. But boy, do you want your own party as enthusiastic as it appears Harris has hers when you go into that final fighting for those small numbers of voters in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, as well as the other 4 battleground states. So you really want to, this is about as good as it can go for a campaign at the end of a convention. And you mentioned those fundraising numbers. The majority of them coming from first-time donors, which is amazing given anybody who's ever been on a fundraising email chain that there are any first-time donors left on the planet, because they are so obsessively courted by these parties over the years. But they've come out of the woodwork for Kamala Harris.
I want to bring in Ashley Etienne, who has worked with the Vice President Kamala Harris in her communications team. And Ashley, what about that? It is clear, based on the polling by our elections and surveys director, Anthony Salvanto, that he has shared with us, that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have unified the Democratic Party. They have energized the Democratic base. But what about those undecided or swing voters? Has she presented enough in terms of economic proposals, tax proposals, how to bring down inflation and grocery prices so that they will go into that voting booth and pull for the Democratic Party?
Absolutely, Nora. I mean, she's doing fairly well among independents and disaffected Republican voters. I mean, better than Joe Biden was when he was actually in the race. But the other thing I would point out is she rolled out these policy agendas last week. I think there's still more time to assess how they landed with those particular voters. But I wanted to take a step back, if you don't mind, Nora, because I think this is an opportunity for me to give you a little more layer and more context about why I think Kamala Harris is where she is with that base coalition that Joe Biden won in 2020, and why she's doing so well with some voters. California, there was just some popular music about California, and some famous rappers coming out of California that we just heard when they were pledging their votes. And I just remember the first time that Kamala Harris and I got on a call, and it was a staff call, and she quoted a famous California rapper when she asked us how we were doing. She quoted Ice Cube, and she said, "Today is a good day." And I knew then that there was something very special and different about Kamala Harris, that she wasn't like any other elected official I've worked for. I've advised Obama, Nancy Pelosi, all the greats, but I knew there was something special about her. And I'm like, if we could just, somehow her private persona did not match her public persona. And my objective as her communications director was to try to bring that private persona out to the public, because I knew it would have great resonance. And now she's actually doing that. And you can see how her team is strategically put her in culture. That's why Gen Z's calling her Brat. That's why she has Meg Thee Stallion and done events with Quavo on criminal justice reform. She's meeting these voters where they are, and that actually matters. And that's why this convention has a different tone and tenor than we've seen from any of the other Democrats nominees to date. And I just think that is what's having her really surge with young voters, and that's going to matter as we move forward. And I just wanted to give you guys some context about, and viewers, about who Kamala Harris is. She really is a real person that's in culture, that lives her life and maintains her life like everyone else. She was raised in a middle-class family, worked her way through college, and that, I think, is enabling people to see themselves in Kamala Harris, and that's contributing to the momentum and what we're seeing among Gen Z and others.
No doubt that the Democratic Party wants to win. They need to energize youthful voters, and as Ashley is pointing out and making the case that the Harris-Walz campaign is making great strides in that effort. Ashley, thank you so much. Ahead, we're going to hear from Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, more from our CBS coverage of the Democratic National Convention when we come back.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. and reach for the stars. Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift. I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's gonna be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm gonna remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was gonna be born, he was only gonna live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift, stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
A beautiful sky here on night 2 of the Democratic National Convention in the Windy City, and our CBS News coverage continues as we are expecting a big night ahead. We will not only hear from the Obamas tonight, but also from Doug Emhoff, who is married to Vice President Harris and is known as the second gentleman. Let's bring in CBS News correspondent Adriana Diaz. She is at the podium with new reporting. Good evening, Adriana.
Good evening, Nora. I just got off the phone with someone close to Emhoff who tells me that right now he is excited. He is ready to go, and he is ready to deliver for his wife, Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm told that we're going to hear some new stories about Harris, some sweet moments from their love story stories he hasn't told before. But we're told that he's almost most excited about the enthusiasm around her candidacy, that he feels people are finally getting a real sense of her as a person, as a warm person, I'm told, an empathetic person, yet still a tough person. So this is the mindset that Doug Emhoff is in right now when he's going to take the stage tonight. He's going to walk right out here, as most of the speakers have been doing, to take the podium just in front of me, and he is excited and just wants to deliver.
Adriana Diaz, thank you with that information. And not only will her husband personalize the vice president, they enjoy cooking together on Sunday nights, and I think he will also talk about her as a stepmother. But we'll also hear from Doug Emhoff, who is a well-known Hollywood attorney. He is going to talk about his own Jewish faith, and he has said that if he becomes the first gentleman, that'll be the first in history, we'll have something like that, he will make combating anti-Semitism his top priority. Let's go now back to the convention floor to hear more from there, and our CBS Mornings co-host Tony Dokoupil. Hi there, Tony.
Hey, Nora. As we spoke earlier in the evening during roll call, I mentioned that it was quite a party, but not all of the roll calls were celebratory. Some were quite serious. And I'm here with Kate Cox, who you may remember from an interview on CBS News back in January. She's a young woman from Texas, mother of two. You had a pregnancy that was not going to end in a live birth, and you were unable to find access to an abortion in your state. Became a national story. The good news you shared with everyone here and a national audience at home was that you are pregnant once again. Tell me how this all came together, that you became part of the roll call, and talk to me about reproductive rights and freedoms, which, even if they're not a theme of any given night here, they are everywhere and in every speech here at the DNC.
Yes, absolutely. I had a complicated pregnancy that would never result in a baby, put my own health and a future pregnancy at risk, and I still couldn't get an abortion in the state of Texas. So now I speak out and share my story because I've got to change things. I think of my daughter when I think of reproductive rights. There's nothing pro-family about abortion bans. I'm pregnant today because I was able to access abortion care, because I found a way.
Congratulations on that, by the way. And you know, it's funny, people are brought to politics for all sorts of reasons, and if you hear you talk about this issue, you're so poised, and it's as though you're already in the world of advocacy. What was your relationship to politics, to the Democratic Party, before you became involved in this way?
I'm a mom. I was never a political person, but after what my family went through because of extreme abortion bans, we had to speak out and tell our story. There's still millions of Americans living under devastating extreme abortion bans, and it's devastating for their families, for their health, so we had to speak out.
After the fall or the repeal of Roe v. Wade, in the midterms, it seemed like even Democrats were surprised by the wave of opposition to Republicans and some of the more hardline restrictions. Were you surprised, or did you see this coming?
I think the majority of Americans want reasonable policies and the government out of their business. I think what I went through is proof of the devastating impact when that decision is not left between a woman and her doctor.
Well, congratulations again. You'll be a family of 5 soon. And if the timing is right, it'll be in January, and Kamala Harris will be sworn in, as you mentioned at the top.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you again. I appreciate it. And Nora, Kate's story is just one of the many stories that Democrats are seeking to highlight of real people, everyday people, who, in their view, have suffered under Republican laws that they don't want to see become the law of the land in an even wider way. I'll send it back to you on that note.
Tony Dokoupil with that story from Kate Cox, where in her case, an abortion was not about ending a pregnancy. It was about health care, women's health, so that she would save her own life and could have another child in the future. Thank you for sharing that with us. The next speaker we're going to hear from is Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. And if you follow Bernie Sanders, you know he always gives a barn burner of a speech. So let's listen in.
Thank you. Thank you. My fellow Americans, it is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight, because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within 2 months of taking office, our government did respond. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class. We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history. We provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants and homeowners from being evicted. We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%. Oh, and by the way, we cut childhood poverty by over 40% through an expanded child tax credit. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country. And now we need to summon that will again, because too many of our fellow Americans are struggling every day to just get by, to put food on the table, to pay the rent, and to get the health care they need. Brothers and sisters, bottom line, we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class. My fellow Americans, when 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good. And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got some bad news for them. That is precisely what we are going to do. And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely what the American people want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process. Billionaires in both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections. For the sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move toward public funding of elections. And let me tell you what else we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege. We need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We need to pass the PRO Act so that workers can organize in unions and gain the decent pay and benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers' salaries, and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug costs in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical. Putting forth budgets to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. Letting polluters destroy our planet is radical. And my friends, we won't let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR. But much, much more remains to be done. We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad, we must end this horrific war in Gaza. bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire. At home right here, we must take on Big Pharma, Big Oil, Big Ag, Big Tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people. On November 5th, let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
Please welcome Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Fellow Democrats, welcome to Chicago. We're a great American city in a proud blue state. Our patriotism was formed in frost and in fire, and in the steel we forged to survive both. Our love of country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln reuniting a house divided to Barack Obama declaring blue states and red states make one United States. Now, Illinois' presidential pedigree is unmatched. And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois delegation when I say we claim her too. Now, one president we will never claim is the con artist the Republicans nominated in Milwaukee last month. Donald Trump once called Chicago embarrassing. To quote a great Chicagoan who won 6 world championships on these very grounds, we take that personally. I had to govern for 2 years while Trump was president. Let me tell you what's embarrassing. In Illinois, we passed a massive bill to fix our roads and bridges. When Donald Trump proposed his own plan, he turned right around and called it stupid. We eliminated the grocery tax. Donald hasn't been in a grocery store since his first bankruptcy. Illinois invested in clean energy and the jobs it brings. Donald claimed that windmills in the ocean made the whales a little batty. During COVID, we supported small businesses and jobs. And Donald told us to inject bleach. Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire. Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity. Now, I meet with business leaders all the time, and there's one universal thing they all need: people. They need more workers to fill all the jobs they have.
But the anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away. Here's the thing. Americans don't want to be forced to drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward. Americans want the hope of giving birth through IVF, not the fear that it might be taken away. Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it. Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random guy open carrying an AR-15. Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program. And if Americans are black or brown, they want to get promoted at work without being derided as a DEI hire for the sin of being successful while not white. Let's be clear. It's not woke that limits economic growth. It's weird. And these guys aren't just weird, they're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies for Elon Musk and not for everyday working people. That includes a secure retirement and good health care. We think the government should help you prosper, not police who you're sleeping with. More than anything, Democrats want economic policies that are kind, not cruel. But Trump chooses cruelty every time. After all, everything he's achieved in his own life has been by hurting someone else. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, well, they've spent their lives lifting people up, not pushing them down. They know that a White House that leads with kindness looks at someone who is struggling and sees not what they might cost society, but what they might create for it. Americans want policies that give every American a chance to make it to the middle class. They want to grow small businesses, and Democrats want to cut taxes for everyday people. More than anything, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little serenity. The serenity that comes with a balanced checkbook, an affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country a total mess and the woman who has spent 4 years cleaning it up. And I think it's time we stop expecting women to clean up messes without the authority and the title to match the job. Vice President was a good title for Kamala Harris, but you know an even better one? President of the United States of America. Let's go get him!
Well, a strong speech by the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker. And when we come back, we'll talk with the Obama's close friend, Valerie Jarrett, and hear from Maryland Senate candidate Angela Alsobrooks.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did
English?
any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened? Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here. We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way. We'll take you places. We teach you new things. And we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
There is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. The change we need doesn't come from Washington. Change comes to Washington. We don't turn back. We leave no one behind. We pull each other up. I see a younger generation full of energy and new ideas, not constrained by what is, ready to seize what ought to be.
Do not let them take away your power. Do not let them take away your democracy.
And that was former President Barack Obama speaking at each of the Democratic National Conventions since 2004. You may remember his first speech 20 years ago. That's what catapulted Mr. Obama to stardom within the Democratic Party. With me now is Valerie Jarrett. She was the longest-serving senior advisor to President Obama and is now the CEO of the Obama Foundation. Valerie, so good to see you.
Well, it's good to see you all. Welcome to Chicago.
Thank you very much. So have you seen Barack Obama's speech tonight?
Not the final one. As you know, he's probably editing it on the car on the way over here. So, but I do know the spirit of it, which is really very much timeless to what you heard back 20 years ago about this vision of America. It's a hopeful vision. It's one where we create opportunity, where we are each other's keeper, our brother's keeper, our sister's keeper. And it's a positive, encouraging, optimistic message. And that's what I think we're going to also hear from Vice President Harris when she speaks on Thursday. And that's what we've been hearing from her since she was launched as the nominee, somebody who actually thinks we want to have a country that's optimistic, that's hopeful, that's joyful. And I think that's kind of the through line. In a sense, it is a passing of the baton to the next generation. And both he and Michelle Obama are delighted to be here in their hometown to deliver remarks tonight.
And how would you describe Michelle Obama's remarks tonight?
Well, I think they'll be personal. I think having been proximate to the presidency, she knows what it takes. She's known Vice President Harris for a long time, very well, and respects her and thinks that she has exactly what it takes to lead, and she'll explain why she believes that tonight. And I think they'll both make an all-hands-on-deck pitch to say nothing can be taken for granted. They've had an incredible last 4 weeks, but there's a long way to go before the election. You can't take a single vote for granted. And the two of them, I know, are prepared to roll up their sleeves and help in any way that they can.
I know John and Robert, you know them well,
Yes.
and they also have questions for you.
Well, we're here at a convention, Valerie, and I know everyone talks about 20 years ago for then State Senator Obama, but I think the most fascinating story about President Obama at a convention is 24 years ago when he goes to the Democratic convention and
broke, can't get in, can't get tickets. Well, yes, a lot happened in a very short period of time. He talks about that quite a bit. But it just shows you, I mean, in a sense, it's a quintessential American dream. Somebody who believes in this country and wants to serve and rolls up his sleeves and gives it a whirl. And, you know, goes from having student debt to living in the White House in a very short period of time.
Valerie, when you look back at those speeches, particularly 2004, some people who are strong supporters of the former president go, that was maybe a little bit too hopeful, because obviously you don't want to raise hopes so much that when you confront the reality of trying to govern in Washington, there can be a clash. Does he have a solution to that puzzle, which is you have to maintain hope, but you also have to be realistic so that hope doesn't seem to be just sort of something that's completely naive?
Well, you know what? I went back and listened to his speech about a week ago because it had been a while. And I do think that it's evergreen. I think that his message from then is a message that applies today. And hope doesn't mean you're Pollyanna. Hope is hard. Hope takes courage and tenacity and hard work over a sustained period of time. And I think, you know, people say you campaign in poetry and you govern in prose. And I think he managed to do both. And I think part of what you have to do is inspire people to believe in a better future. Doesn't mean that it's going to be easy or attainable overnight. You have to be realistic, but inspiration and hope are good. And joy is good, too. And I think part of why you've seen the electricity around our country is that there has been a hunger for this. And I do think Vice President Harris has delivered. And her running mate certainly has done a good job, too.
Well, we will all be watching. Valerie Jarrett, so good to see you. Good luck with your continued work.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Coming up, second gentleman Doug Emhoff and the Obamas. You're watching CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Sunday morning, the TV show that changed everything, plus actor Jude Law and second gentleman Doug Emhoff. Listen for the trumpet.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard? It doesn't look like Congress is doing anything. What has to happen? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand, and that means a civil conversation with perspective.
Well, I have their attention, clearly, and they've gotten yours.
You'll be surprised at what the U.S. Commerce Secretary is responsible for.
We allowed manufacturing in this country to wither on the vine.
Gina Raimondo on 60 Minutes.
This was the day that I was sworn in.
Are you confident that there will be a peaceful transfer of power?
President Biden's first interview since his historic announcement on CBS Sunday Morning.
I know when I wake up on Sunday mornings and I step into this studio, I'm always looking at where the story goes next.
This is CBS.
This is a CBS News special, America Decides, the Democratic National Convention. Now reporting from Chicago, Norah O'Donnell.
Good evening and welcome to night 2 of the Democratic National Convention at the United Center here in the Windy City. And soon we will hear from former President Barack Obama. Democrats hope to recapture the excitement of his historic 2008 campaign. And in this hour, we will also hear from the former First Lady, Michelle Obama. Before that, we'll hear from Vice President Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, who is known as the second gentleman. It has been an eventful night for the Democratic Party. Earlier, delegates ceremonially nominated Kamala Harris for president. Just minutes after her home state of California ended the roll call, Vice President Harris addressed the DNC crowd from a rally in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward.
There's an exciting night ahead and want to bring in our powerhouse political team, CBS News Chief Political Analyst John Dickerson, Chief Election Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa, and Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes. And John, the Obamas have been described as the most powerful messengers in the Democratic Party. How will they vouch for Kamala Harris tonight?
Well, they're powerful messengers, but just to step back, we got to remember that this is a totally transformed moment. The Democratic Party was locked up a month ago. If anybody, had Joe Biden been the nominee, had compared his campaign to the Obama campaign, they would have been laughed at. Now tonight you've got people talking about the energy and enthusiasm. So why does that matter? It's because whatever Barack Obama says will land in that fertile ground. And so Barack Obama can testify to the candidate in a way, but also frame the campaign probably better than any other speaker, although everybody's got a chance, but frame it in a way that carries then on for the rest of the campaign, and that can be incredibly useful for a campaign.
And Robert, already we've seen this packed arena here where the Chicago Bulls normally play, another packed arena in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where Kamala Harris and her vice presidential nominee are tonight.
It seems like we're all just living in the Midwest these days. Wisconsin, Michigan, we go over to my home state of Pennsylvania. Everybody's going to the industrial Midwest because these are the battleground states. This is where the Electoral College will be won. So it's no surprise she drove an hour north to speak to people in Wisconsin tonight. That's where the Republicans had their convention. Here in Chicago, this is the heart of the Midwest, the beating heart of industry. I just spoke with former President Donald Trump. He said he was in Michigan today because he believes he can win there. They're going to reach out to Republicans tonight with former President Obama as well and making an overture to those who might have concerns about former President Trump. So I asked the former president, what are you going to do about it? He said, well, I'm in Michigan talking about immigration, talking about crime, border security, reaching out to organized labor. This is going to be a battle. It makes sense that the convention for the Republicans was in Milwaukee. This is in Chicago. It's not all about the Midwest. We're going to spend a lot of time in Georgia, a lot of time in the Sun Belt, but a lot of it's about the Midwest.
It's an excellent point. And Nancy Cortez, Barack Obama is not only about the accomplishments that he had as president, but they talk about not only conveying this importance on Kamala Harris, but he wants to resurrect a movement and establish a new generation within the party.
Right. Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, simply put, are Democratic royalty. And they don't speak at political events very often anymore. So there is a pent-up interest and a pent-up hunger to hear what they have to say. And there's this added layer of drama because of the Obama-Biden relationship and the fact that as party leaders were becoming more vocal a month ago, trying to push Joe Biden gently out of the race, there came to be reports that Obama himself thought Biden should go as well. So how does Obama soothe those wounded feelings tonight? What does he say about Joe Biden and about Kamala Harris?
It's an excellent point. We'll be watching closely for that. Our senior White House and political correspondent, Ed O'Keefe, is on the convention floor. Good evening, Ed.
Nora, good evening. The convention's watching a video about Vice President Harris and her career as a district attorney and attorney general to remind them sort of her legal roots. Tonight has been a rather active evening here in the United Center. It began with this state-by-state concert as they formally nominated Harris and Governor Tim Walz. They've moved on to hear from several different people. And to the point about the Obamas, remember, it was 20 years ago this summer that he delivered the keynote address. Tonight, he becomes the headliner on a big night, trying to convince America to vote for another woman. He tried a few years ago, of course. It didn't work. We'll see how he does tonight.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. Angela Alsobrooks is now taking the stage. She is a mentee of Vice President Harris and running for Maryland Senate. Let's listen.
Thank you. People like me, stories like mine, don't usually make it to the United States Senate, but they should. I'm the proud granddaughter of a housekeeper, Sarah Daisy, who raised her 3 children in a 1-bedroom apartment. It was her dream to work in government to help people. That meant taking a typing test. But she didn't know how to type, and she couldn't afford a typewriter. So she put a white piece of paper on the refrigerator and drew a keyboard on it. And every night, she stood in front of that refrigerator and taught herself to type. She took the test, passed it, and got the job she dreamed of. I am her legacy. And tonight, I am a candidate for United States Senate from the great state of Maryland. I've always been inspired by women like my grandmother, women who imagine a better future and then have the grit to make it a reality. One of those women is a friend, a mentor, and a role model. That woman is Kamala Harris. Let me tell you about the Kamala I've known for 14 years. I first heard about her in 2009 when I was running for state's attorney in Prince George's County, Maryland. I read a story in Essence magazine about a district attorney in San Francisco using new ideas to keep her community safe. Few had a better record prosecuting violent crime. She put rapists, child molesters, and murderers behind bars. But what she knew was that violent crime accounts for about 30% of all crimes. For the 70% that are nonviolent, she created a first-of-its-kind program called Back on Track. After serving time and pleading guilty, these low-level offenders would get the job training, GED help, and apprenticeships they needed to find a job. The result? The recidivism rate plummeted. Now, after reading about this super bad district attorney, I talked nonstop about her on the campaign trail. 2 days after I won the election, my phone rings. It's Kamala Harris calling to congratulate me and ask how she could help. She helped me bring back on track to Maryland. And wouldn't you know it, crime went down and economic growth went up. Back on Track is now a national model. Now Donald Trump says if Kamala Harris is elected, tough guys will treat her like a play toy. Do you know who else thought that? The drug cartels she busted, the big oil companies she made pay for polluting, the big banks that she made pay $20 billion to homeowners they ripped off. Getting justice for others isn't a power trip for her. It's a sacred calling. And hear me, Kamala Harris knows how to keep criminals off the streets. And come November, with your help, she'll keep one out of the Oval Office. Ever since Donald Trump rode down that ridiculous escalator, we as a nation have felt trapped. Every national decision has been made in reaction to this one man and his extremist MAGA movement. We are still frozen by the fear that Donald Trump might once again come to power. And it's not just our politics that have been trapped, it's our imagination. And then Kamala came along. Kamala has reminded us that we don't need to fear anything, not the future, and certainly not that man. This is our moment to leave Donald Trump where he belongs, in America's past. We stand with Kamala Harris because we as a country are not going back. For the ancestors who sat at lunch counters and made sure that we all had the right to vote, we are not going back. For the mamas and grandmamas who marched to make sure that women could control our own bodies, we are not going back. For the parents who work from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, not so that they will have a better future, but so that their children will have a better life. We are not going back. When facing an obstacle, my father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, our faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise of America, faith in the American idea, in the American values that we share, faith that we, the people, can choose a new leader, a better future for the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's always darkest before the dawn. We know that we can endure for a night because joy cometh in the morning. Morning is coming. Morning is coming. And that joy will be led by Kamala Harris. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Mesa, Arizona Mayor John Giles.
Good evening. I have a confession to make. I'm a lifelong Republican. So I feel a little out of place tonight, but I feel more at home here than in today's Republican Party. The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult, the cult of Donald Trump. Trump doesn't know the first thing about public service. Like a child, he acts purely out of self-interest. We all need an adult in the White House, and we've seen what happens when we don't have one. Trump made a lot of lofty promises: unlimited economic growth, American manufacturing reborn, a secure border. Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing. But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week, all because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community and countless more across the country. My hero, John McCain, taught us to put country over party. And that's how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will lead too. I have an urgent message for the majority of Americans who, like me, are in the political middle. John McCain's Republican Party is gone, and we don't owe a damn thing to what's been left behind. So let's turn the page. Let's put country first. Let's put adults in the room where our country deserves. Thank you.
And a Republican official, as Democrats try to make the pitch to disaffected Republicans and those Nikki Haley voters. We've got a lot more ahead here on the second night of the Democratic National Convention from Chicago. Coming up, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff and the Obamas. We'll be right back.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This week on CBS News 24/7, all-day coverage of the Democratic National Convention with special editions of America Decides and the Daily Report with John Dickerson, and followed by complete coverage from the CBS News political team live from Chicago. Stream all-day coverage this week here on CBS News 24/7.
Sunday morning, the TV show that changed everything, plus actor Jude Law and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff. Listen for the trumpet.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard? It doesn't look like Congress is doing anything. What has to happen? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand, and that means a civil conversation with perspective.
On our places.
Bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Well, I have their attention, clearly, and they've gotten yours.
You'll be surprised at what the U.S. Commerce Secretary is responsible for.
We allowed manufacturing in this country to wither on the vine.
Gina Raimondo on 60 Minutes.
This was the day that I was sworn in.
Are you confident that there will be a peaceful transfer of power?
President Biden's first interview since his historic announcement on CBS Sunday Morning.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention from here in Chicago. Want to bring in back our panel and Nancy Cordes. We're going to hear shortly from Doug Emhoff, who is the husband of Vice President Kamala Harris, and we'll give that insight. Their anniversary, I understand, is on Friday, their 10-year anniversary.
Right. We're also going to hear from his son. You know, we're hearing from some family members we don't hear publicly very often. His son Cole is going to introduce him, just like Ashley Biden introduced her father, Joe Biden, yesterday. So that'll be interesting. And Doug obviously will be able to put more of a human face, a personal face on this woman who is the Vice President of the United States. He'll be able to talk about their relationship, the fact that his kids from his first marriage consider her a mom too. They call her Mamala. They're all very close. They put out a video on social media today talking about the two of them, and his first wife has been here at the convention as well. So it's a family that is it's a blended family, but they are they have a 21st century family that they're very happy with. And so we'll hear from him, and then we'll hear from the Obamas.
We're listening now to Illinois' own Senator Tammy Duckworth, who is at the podium, an Iraq War veteran, Purple Heart recipient, former Assistant Secretary of Veterans Affairs, talking now about the contrast between the two campaigns and about the record of Senator J.D. Vance, who she has served with in the United States Senate. We're going to hear a lot, John, about the policy differences tonight, not only because after we hear from the personal with Doug Emhoff, we're going to hear from the Obamas, and that's something that Barack Obama can do very well, synthesize a lot of complex policy proposals in sort of easily digestible bites.
That's right, and deliver policy, kind of jump over the specifics and details to say what this is really about, which is
like what it means for you.
For you, yes. When there have to be decisions that are made by an administration, who's going to be thinking about you and the choices and challenges of your life, your lived experience. And the hope in politics is that people out there watching go, oh, I see myself in the policies. And it doesn't have to be a specific thing. It has to be something where they say, oh, that's somebody I like, and I know they'll have my back when policies are put in place that might affect me or help me. And that's where the poetry comes in. And you don't actually have to get into too many details, and that's what Obama was good at.
And on policy, the message from the Democrats tonight is everybody's welcome and everybody better get to work. You had Senator Bernie Sanders, a progressive's progressive, give this speech railing against the billionaires, the oligarchs who he believes are running this country, the corporate people on Wall Street, followed by who? Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois, one of the wealthiest politicians in the country. That's a revealing moment for the Democratic Party. It shows the progressives, the business people here in Chicago, in New York, in Los Angeles, everybody's welcome at this table with the Harris nomination. That wasn't always the case 5-10 years ago. Senator Sanders was seen as an outsider. Some of the Democrats here didn't love when the Sanders people were at the convention. Now he's on the stage. So are the business people as well. Harris is sending a message to the country. This is a unified party.
We're getting ready to hear from the family of Kamala Harris, and our own CBS correspondent Adriana Diaz is right there by the podium. Adriana?
Hi, Nora. We are getting ready for that speech from the first second gentleman, where he's going to talk about Kamala Harris, the partner, the wife, the mamala to his children, and how they are part of that blended family you guys have been discussing, and even working as a team with his ex-wife to help guide their children, how she has helped him dive deeper into his own faith, even though it's different from hers, but how she's really just a center point of their family, cooking on Sundays, inviting the kids' friends over, challenging them to talk about and think about how they want to make the world better. So he's really going to emphasize her as a joyous person, as a person devoted to justice. I've been talking to someone close to Emhoff who tells me he is excited, he wants to deliver, and he is just happy that this momentum behind their campaign reflects the fact that he believes people are finally really getting to know her as a warm, empathetic, tough leader.
Adriana Diaz, thank you. Want to bring in Ashley Etienne. She was communications director from Vice President Harris. And Ashley, you've seen these two work together.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, one of the first interviews that I booked was with Jane Pauley on CBS Sunday Morning with the two of them, and she said they look absolutely yummy together. But I just wanted to raise one thing for the table to discuss, and that is on Barack Obama's speech. What I'm going to be listening for is how he speaks to black voters. Kamala Harris right now is trailing in the polls among young black men voters. Barack Obama has an opportunity tonight to really convey to them and speak to them their concerns about her history as a prosecutor, so I'm going to be watching for that.
This is now Cole Emhoff, part of the Harris family. Let's listen in.
The second gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well. but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too. Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about. That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary. which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in, not just against what we fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
And a very warm and set of funny remarks from Doug Emhoff, who said he's going to be celebrating his 10th anniversary being married to Kamala Harris this Thursday, the final night of the convention. There was the line in this speech where he said, "She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours, too." This comes as J.D. Vance has criticized Harris, called her a childless cat lady in the past.
This speech was half convention speech, half wedding toast, which I think is exactly what the moment called for. We're used to seeing those kinds of speeches from spouses, just not male spouses, which is what made it so interesting and so touching.
And here she is, the former First Lady, Michelle Obama. Let's listen to the reception that she's receiving from this crowd in Chicago, her hometown.
Thank you, guys. Okay. We got a big night ahead. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Hey. Hello, Chicago. Yeah. All right. Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings. Is that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother. the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, "Don't sit around and complain about things. Do something." So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, We all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. Wait. I want to know. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs? Look, it's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. It only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect 2 of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher, yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next president and vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless. Now, before I go, I have one more job tonight. One more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's enough. Thank you. Chicago, it's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president. Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. The torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling. Where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents, just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias. That will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union, or put poison in our rivers, or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true Democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer, and dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good, discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other, and troll each other, and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Peru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Peru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true, They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, we have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States, and Tim Walz as the next Vice President of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in, and together we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
The Obamas electrifying this convention tonight with Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, saying hope is making a comeback. It is very clear tonight. This is a rousing endorsement of Kamala Harris, but this is also the continuation of the movement that the Obamas started to bring about hope, to bring about change, to bring about the type of person that will fight for the working people and defeat the type of candidate as is Donald Trump. They delivered, both of them, blistering assaults on Donald Trump as a threat to democracy, as a danger to democracy. And they said, don't complain, do something. I want to go first to CBS's Adriana Diaz because she is right there near the Obamas at the podium tonight. Adriana.
Nora, this crowd, most of these people have been on their feet for about an hour. They have been standing on and hanging on every word of the former first couple. When Michelle Obama came out, I mean, it was really the biggest roar of the night. It was deafening. I had to cup my hands around the ear of our producer, Elizabeth, just for her to hear me, and we're standing a foot away from each other. But we got a unique vantage point because here at this podium position, we were able to see into the backstage area where we saw the former president sitting in a director's chair watching his wife deliver her remarks. The biggest laugh of the night was when she said that former President Trump was seeking one of those black jobs. The crowd went crazy, and I saw Barack Obama watching that remark, watching her deliver that punchline, and he started to clap. So it's just a unique vantage point that we get from up here. The Democratic National Convention is going to try to keep this energy going for the rest of the week.
Adriana Diaz, thank you. And Nancy Cordes, we also heard Michelle Obama talk about the contagious power of hope.
Hope, bringing back that feeling from 2008, trying to resurrect that movement that swept her husband into the White House. Barack Obama and his wife understand perhaps better than anyone else that people want to feel like they're part of something bigger than themselves. If they believe in you, they'll vote for you. If they believe they're part of a movement, they'll marshal their friends. They'll go to work for you. They'll knock on doors. They'll make phone calls on your behalf. And that's what they were urging people to do with this speech. Barack Obama also trying to tie Kamala Harris to his policies. He said, when it comes to health care, my policies are her policies. Housing policies, student debt, education, trying to make the case to this audience, hey, if you liked me, you're going to like her. And finally, I think that you're going to hear Kamala Harris or Tim Walz talking about that neighbor with a leaf blower in their own speeches, because I think that that is something that everyone can relate to, that annoying neighbor, and I think it's going to drive Donald Trump crazy.
Yeah, the quote that launched 1,000 memes. I think there's going to be a lot of people doing their own work on that analogy. In 2012, I was in the Obama campaign headquarters, and they were feeling a little low, and staffers used to watch his old speeches on their computers as nourishment. These two speeches by the Obamas are going to serve that purpose. They will be watched, and going to your point, Nancy, the movement that they tried to argue that people are going to be a part of is an American one. When they talked about Michelle Obama's mother and those values that are enduring, when Barack Obama talks about Little League and extending grace that we extend in the small spaces of our lives, that gets people wrapped into a campaign in ways that they recognize in their own lives make them feel good. And that's when politics works the best. And then finally, I think these two speeches plus Doug Emhoff's speech also are a shield against what Donald Trump is doing, which is to say Kamala Harris is the other. She is something you don't recognize. What he started by claiming that Barack Obama was born in Kenya. And that is what this is a shield, is that we are a part of an American story, and that's to fight against what Donald Trump is doing.
It's an excellent point. You heard Michelle Obama say, my girl, Kamala Harris. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Robert Costa.
To build upon what Nancy and John said, reassurance and urgency were coursing through the Obama speeches. This was a party that has been through a traumatic experience. The exit of a candidate, a presumptive nominee, President Obama, in a positive way, praising President Biden and saying he is a friend. Despite anything that's happened, he's a friend. And to anyone in the country who wonders if she is of presidential timber, you had in the most strongest possible terms that she is ready for the presidency from both the former First Lady and the former president.
Thanks to all of you, and that wraps up a star-studded second night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. Our coverage continues on your local news, and then tomorrow on CBS Mornings. And join us all week for the CBS Evening News, and then more primetime coverage of the DNC right here on CBS. We're going to be back with 2 hours tomorrow night, so join us early. And for all of us at CBS News, I'm Nora O'Donnell. Good night from Chicago.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jerika Duncan. The Democratic National Convention is underway.